Hello everyone, and welcome back to Haunted Bedtime. I know many of you tune into these stories to help you drift off to sleep. So before you settle in, I'd love for each of you to leave a comment sharing where in the world you're listening from. And if you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to give a like and subscribe to the channel. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. Let me start by saying that my best friend and I are closer than sisters. We go to each other's family events all the time because that's just how close we are. Her family is like my family, and mine is like hers. A couple of years ago, my grandma passed away from cancer. Every year on her birthday, we bring flowers to her grave. Last year, it was a bit last minute. Sorry, Grandma. Around 11:30 or midnight, I suddenly remembered we hadn't brought flowers to the cemetery yet. I stood up and told my friend, "We need to bring flowers to Grandma's grave." Thankfully, Walmart is open 24/7, and the cemetery doesn't close its gates, even though it's in the middle of nowhere. We quickly grabbed some flowers and drove out. Back then, I had this huge '91 Buick LeSabre. It was a massive, heavy car, and honestly, a total piece of junk. But it got us where we needed to go. When we got to the cemetery gates, my friend started freaking out. She screamed that she saw a woman in a black robe, with pale skin and dark, sunken eyes, standing by the gate. I looked back but didn't see anything. I thought she might have just seen the shadow of the car or something. We drove to my grandma's headstone, which is near the end closest to the driveway. My friend begged me to leave and come back during the day when it was light. But I was like, "We're already here, and my car is a gas guzzler." I said, "Whatever you saw is gone now. I don't think it wants to hurt us. I'll be quick." The cemetery usually has a very peaceful vibe, but that night felt different. It was uneasy. I asked my friend if she wanted to come with me to put the flowers on Grandma's grave, but she said, "Just tell Grandma happy birthday from me." That's when I knew she was scared. Normally, she'd come with me no matter what. This was like her grandma too. So I grabbed the flowers, got out of the car, and left the door open because I was a little freaked out too. I walked over to Grandma's grave, set down the flowers, and said, "Happy birthday, Grandma," from both of us. Just as I stood up and turned around, I saw my car door slam shut out of the corner of my eye. Hard, my friend started screaming. The car wasn't tilted, it wasn't on a hill, and there was no wind. It was a calm, windless summer night. I was in total shock. There's no way that heavy car door could have slammed shut by itself. It would have taken a hard shove to close it, so I knew something wasn't right. I froze. I couldn't move. Finally, I gathered the courage to run to the car. I grabbed the door handle, which was freezing cold. But that didn't make sense. It was 80 degrees that night. I jumped in, slammed the door shut, and threw the car into drive. The inside of the car felt freezing, even though my AC didn't work. My poor friend was as pale as a ghost. She was screaming, "Go! Go!" She said she was just sitting there when the door slammed shut. And then the steering wheel shook a little. As we were driving out, we saw a dark shadow by the gate. We didn't need to see any more. We sped out of there and went straight home. When we got back, we told my mom what had happened. She said, "Well, maybe it was Grandma's way of telling you to get home." I didn't have a driver's license at the time, so maybe I was a little naughty, but we were glad to be back safe. My mom, my grandma, and her mom all had the ability to feel the energy of spirits. It's incredible to hear their stories about what they've experienced. While I don't believe this ability is inherited, I do think that families who don't dismiss or fear these feelings will have children who are more open to experiencing them too. This is the story of my first encounter with a spirit that I remember. When I was in 3rd grade, my family moved to Plankinton, South Dakota. I'm 22 now, and I'm just starting to feel comfortable talking about this experience. We moved into an old township schoolhouse that needed a lot of cleaning before we could move in. One day, while my dad and I were exploring the area around our new house, we came across an old abandoned house. Even though I was only a kid, I remember thinking how beautiful the house must have been in its prime. The next time my mom came to clean, I took her by the house to show her. When she looked at it, she had this strange mix of fear and peace come over her. It was hard to explain, but something felt off. Later on, my mom's boss, Brenda, and her husband, Dan, came to help us clean. Afterward, we took them to see the abandoned house. Brenda wanted to go inside, so we all went in. This was the first time any of us had stepped inside. When Brenda came out, she looked a bit shaken. I remember her saying something odd, "This house will be mine." At the time, we didn't know what she meant. As we were driving back home to Mitchell, Brenda shared what had happened. She said that halfway up the stairs, she heard footsteps behind her. Thinking it was her husband, she called out, "Dan?" But he wasn't there. For some reason, she then said, "Ella?" This is when my mom revealed that when she first saw the house, she had felt the energy of children playing Ring Around the Rosie in the front yard. Soon after, we managed to track down the owner of the land and house. Brenda asked if she could take some of the lumber from the house for her store, and the owner agreed, saying he was planning to burn it down anyway to make space for farmland. That's when we started going to the house more often. One time, we took my Aunt Jan and Uncle Dan. While we were upstairs, my aunt found me talking to someone, but there was no one else in the room. I took her to another room and explained that there was a mother holding a baby in the room, and they both looked so sad. What was strange about the house was that every time a man tried to enter, something bad happened to him. The first time Dan tried to go in, he was cut by a rusty nail in the doorway. A deep enough cut that it almost needed stitches. My dad tried to enter once, but he was hit with a wave of anger and had to leave the house because it felt so overwhelming. When the construction workers came to take the lumber, they came back to Brenda and said they couldn't do it. We hadn't told them about our experiences, but they said they just felt unwelcome there. One day, we decided to take some pictures of the house. When the local newspaper heard about our experiences, they wanted to write a story on it. They asked if they could go out to the house and take pictures, and Brenda agreed. When my mom went to pick up the photos, she was burned on her fingertips, though there had been no heat source. She then told Brenda, "Ella doesn't want him there." The newspaper used one of the photos we had already taken. After the article was published, a man came into the store and told us a story. He was the grandson of the original owners of the house. He revealed that his great-aunt, Ella, had been born in that house. We hadn't told the writer anything about my experience with the mother and child, but the man was stunned. He explained that Ella had been born there, and the story about a mother giving birth and the baby dying soon after was true. He was shocked that we knew so much about the house without having done any research or talking to anyone about it. The man also explained why men seemed to be unwelcome in the house. He said that the women and children had lived in the house we'd visited, while the men lived in a separate house nearby. This arrangement had been made so the men wouldn't be disturbed by the children. Several families had lived in these houses over the years to farm more land and produce more food. Not long after we started visiting the house, Brenda began acting strangely. She became consumed with jealousy about everything. My mom and Brenda had worked together for 8 years, and they had a strong relationship. But things changed after Brenda's visit to the house. One day, my mom picked me up from school, which was unusual because I usually took the bus. It turned out that Brenda had fired my mom after a huge argument. After that, my parents told me that Ella was a bad spirit and that I shouldn't talk about her anymore. It was tough because the house was only a couple of miles away, and if it weren't for a shelter belt of trees, we'd have been able to see it from our house. But after that, we stopped going to the house, and my parents made sure I didn't talk about it. Since then, I've had other experiences with spirits. I try to welcome them because sometimes I feel they're trying to tell me something. Some of them make me uneasy, like the ones that would visit our house. But there have also been spirits who just seem to want to comfort us. For example, when a classmate passed away on our graduation day, I could feel a sweet, peaceful presence at the school during pictures and the ceremony. It's hard to talk about these experiences because people in South Dakota tend to be very traditional and don't always believe in such things. But I know what I've felt, and it meant a lot to have that man come into the store and confirm what we had experienced. It showed me that we weren't imagining it. Since I was a small child, strange things have always seemed to happen around me. I still remember when I was a little girl, playing in my room one evening. I looked out of my bedroom window and saw something that terrified me. There, in the window, was a face, something like the alien faces you see in movies today. It had huge eyes, and I remembered those eyes giving me nightmares for years. I screamed for my mom, and when she came in, she looked out the window but saw nothing. At the time, we lived in Kadoka, South Dakota, near the Badlands. Around the age of 15 or 16, my friend and I were babysitting on New Year's Eve in Sioux Falls. We knew it would be boring once the kids went to bed, so we brought along a Ouija board to pass the time. We asked it all kinds of questions, and it would spell out answers. It was kind of creepy, but you know how kids are with that stuff. One of the things I remember most clearly was asking it how many children I would have. The board spelled out, 1 dead 1. I was freaked out but asked more questions. I asked what it would be, and it spelled out, girl. Then I asked when she would be born, and it spelled November 9th, 1969. Well, in 1969, I gave birth to a baby girl. Unfortunately, she passed away just 4 hours after birth. She was born on November 9th, 1969. So, the Ouija board was right. After all, it said 1 dead 1. After my baby Kathy passed away, I was on the 3rd or 4th floor of McKinnon Hospital. I had the eerie feeling that someone was watching me. It was one of the spookiest experiences of my life, and I'll never forget it or how I felt that night after she passed. When I was 39, my husband and I bought a house built in the early 1900s in Willow Lake, South Dakota. At first, everything seemed fine, but then strange, unexplainable things started happening. Cold breezes would blow across our faces for no reason. My husband would say he always felt something touching his feet while he was in bed. One night, he thought it was our granddaughter, but when he got up to check, she was fast asleep. He also noticed that when he got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, the hallway was freezing cold. He kept the heat really high, so I found it strange that the hallway was so cold. He kept telling me about the strange feeling he had on his feet at night, but I told him he was crazy because I never felt anything. Then, one night, we switched sides in bed, and when I laid down, I could feel fingers moving on my feet. I was freaked out. One night, I was in the same bedroom because I didn't want to watch what my husband was watching on TV. Suddenly, my dog started acting strangely, and at the same time, I felt a cold hand on my hip. I ran to the living room and jumped into my husband's lap, white as a ghost. He asked what was wrong, and I couldn't even explain it. That same bedroom, one night when my husband was away truck driving, I woke up to my 2 dogs growling. I opened my eyes and thought I was seeing things. In front of me, at about the height of a person, I saw reddish-orange glowing eyes, like deer eyes glow at night. But these were a deep reddish orange. I stared, closed my eyes, and reopened them, but the eyes were still there. I wasn't scared at first, thinking it was just my eyes playing tricks on me. But when I turned my head, I could still see them in my peripheral vision. Finally, I thought, forget this, and turned the light on. The eyes disappeared, and the dogs stopped growling. The strange thing was that the house had old, drafty windows, which I had covered with insulation. There was no way light could have come through them. One time, my 2 small grandchildren were staying with us. Colin was playing with cars in the middle of the living room, and Brooke was in the kitchen. I was sitting in my recliner, about 4 feet away from Colin, when he suddenly turned his head and asked, "Who did that?" I asked, "Did what, Colin?" He said, "Somebody tapped me on the shoulder." I told him it was probably just a bug flying around. Later, while he was playing on the front porch, he came running inside, saying that something was tapping his face. Creepy, right? That night, I put both kids to bed upstairs in the same room. They came running down the stairs, white as a sheet. "Grandma, there's a ghost by the fan on the dresser." They had never heard about any of the strange happenings in the house, so I was shocked. I didn't know what to say, but I took Colin downstairs with Grandpa and stayed upstairs with Brooke. The little girl refused to let me turn the light off and was scared to death. Usually, little kids feel safe with an adult, but she wouldn't even lie down with the lights on. Eventually, we went downstairs. I had a computer room upstairs, and every night at around 10:30, my dog Buddy would go into the hallway and start growling. There was nothing shining in the window, so I didn't know what he was reacting to. One night, I closed the door to the computer room, but sure enough, Buddy started growling at the door. This really freaked me out, and I started wondering what was going on in that house. My son and his girlfriend, the parents of my grandchildren, refused to sleep upstairs. My son even told me that one night his pillow was pulled out from under his head while he was sleeping. My 2 adult stepchildren wouldn't sleep upstairs either. One day, my sister and I were upstairs doing crafts with music playing when suddenly the music stopped and the TV turned on. We both ran downstairs screaming. My sister's husband tried to reassure us, but we couldn't explain what happened. I spent 4 years taking care of my mother at her home after she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. We played music like Amazing Grace for her as she passed away. After she died, I would sometimes hear faint music and footsteps upstairs, especially when I was in the basement bedroom. It made me feel anxious, and I ended up moving to my brother's farm. One night at the farm, I heard the faint music again and went downstairs thinking my brother was awake. He wasn't, but he told me he and others had heard the same music before. I know this story is long, and I'm not sure if I covered everything, but I've shared most of the experiences I had in that house. I've told people about these things, especially the events in that house, but they don't believe me. I sometimes wish I could take a lie detector test or be hypnotized to prove these things really happened. People act like you're crazy when you tell them about such experiences. About a year or two ago, we moved from our beautiful farmhouse to a small house in a quiet town in South Dakota. I'm not sure if I experienced anything strange before we moved, but my younger brother and I shared bedrooms, a bathroom, and a TV/computer room upstairs in our old house. At night, I would hear footsteps coming up the stairs, and it sounded like they'd walk into the bathroom. Then the footsteps would stop. At first, I thought it was just my imagination, but then, my brother started telling me he heard the same thing. When we moved into this new house, I didn't like it from the start. The first week I was there, I constantly felt like someone was watching me, though I couldn't explain why. It felt like someone was standing right behind me, watching. I've always liked basements and thought they were cool places to play, but in this house, the basement felt different. I would walk down the stairs and immediately feel a sense of fear, so I'd run back up. One night, I had a couple of friends over, and we decided to sleep in the basement because they thought it would be fun. Around 3 a.m., we were watching a show on the Disney Channel when we suddenly heard a loud slap sound. We looked around, and my blue and leopard print flip-flop was lying next to one of my friends. I swear I had taken them off upstairs. We even checked to see if one of my family members had done it to scare us, but my mom's boyfriend was sleeping in his bed. My mom had fallen asleep on the couch, and my brother was snoring on the floor. I asked him, and he looked at me like I was crazy, thinking we were just imagining things. We checked again, and sure enough, my other flip-flop was still upstairs, exactly where I'd left it. A month ago, I had just finished cleaning the house for my mom, and was working on my room when I glanced into the hallway. I saw a small blonde girl, probably around 8 or 9 years old. For some reason, I wasn't scared. I just started following her. I don't know why, but I felt compelled to. She appeared to walk into my mom and her boyfriend's room. So I checked the bathroom, the laundry room, and their bedroom, but she was gone. At first, I thought, okay, that's weird. But then I started thinking, that's not normal. I don't have any sisters, and the only people in the house were me and my brother. His hair is dirty blonde and short, but this girl's hair was light blonde and long. It definitely wasn't him. The most recent thing happened just a couple of days ago. I was sitting at the computer in my mom and her boyfriend's room, playing on Facebook. Suddenly, it felt like someone had blown air into my ear. It was as if a strong wind had passed right through my ear, but it wasn't windy outside, and the house was actually quite warm. I don't know how to explain it, but it was a strange feeling, and I couldn't shake it off. I don't think anyone has ever died in this house. It looks fairly new, but the experiences I've had here make me wonder. This happened about 2 weeks ago, and I thought you all could use a chuckle. I'm a mom of 2 little ones, born just 11 months apart. My eldest will be 2 in October, and my youngest turns 1 next month. As you can imagine, I'm always exhausted, but I'm also so happy to be their mom. Now, to understand what happened, I need to explain our sleeping situation. It's common for children under 3 to sleep in the same room as mom and dad, so they can be easily cared for during the night. My son has his own bed, but it's near ours. Every morning, around 5 a.m., he wakes up crying. I change his diaper, give him some water from his sippy cup, and then he's ready to go back to sleep, but only on my side of the bed. I then take our daughter to his bed, so I can lie on my left side, with her safely near the wall, while my husband sleeps on the other side. Before anyone starts warning me about co-sleeping, let me say that I have every precaution in place. I'm very in tune with my kids. Any movement or even the slightest whimper wakes me up, and I'm right there to comfort them. Now, onto the experience. It was one of those mornings when I had swapped places with my son and was lying down in his bed with my daughter. She woke up to nurse, and I settled in to let her nurse back to sleep. Meanwhile, my son decided to wake up early, around 5:30 a.m. Instead of his usual 7:30 a.m., he came over to poke his sister, and the two of them started talking and giggling in their baby language. Then, my son climbed onto the foot of his bed and started bouncing on the spring mattress to try to get me up. I groaned, "Baby, mommy's tired. Please climb back into bed with daddy and go to sleep." I rolled onto my right side, settling my daughter near the safety rail, and tried to go back to sleep. My son got off the bed and stood by my husband calling, "Dad? Dad? Daddy?" But of course, my husband didn't hear him. Suddenly, I heard my son's voice right behind my head, urgently calling, "Mom? Mama?" Oh. I thought it was my son bouncing on the bed again, but his voice was coming from behind me. I could hear the urgency in his voice. I said, "Baby, please stop bouncing and lay down in mommy's bed." But the bouncing only increased. I moved my left foot slightly and felt what I thought was my son's warm body against my foot. He was reaching through the safety rail, tapping the side of my face, calling, "Mom, Mom," in a drawn-out, urgent tone. That was it. I was wide awake. I didn't even bother looking behind me. I just said in a loud, calm voice, "Okay, I'm up. I'm getting up." The bouncing stopped immediately. I crawled to the foot of the bed, reached over the rail to grab my daughter, and held her to my chest. I grabbed my son's sippy cup off the dresser, and we all headed out of the room. When I looked at the clock in the living room, it was 6:02 a.m. I went about my morning routine, making breakfast and looking out the back door at our garden. That's when I noticed it. Our heirloom tomato plants had been blown over. One of them was uprooted and looked pretty pathetic. I turned off the stove and went outside to fix the plants, with my son tagging along. After we got everything back in place, he went over and touched each plant's leaf, making kissing sounds to kiss the boo-boos better. Once he was satisfied, we went back inside and washed our hands. By this time, my husband was up and asking what had happened, and of course, he wanted to know where breakfast was. I told him about the tomato plants and how they'd been knocked over during a windy rainstorm around 5:30 a.m. I hadn't yet told him about what happened in the bedroom. He laughed heartily when I shared my experience. He said, "That's why a nature spirit was waking us all up. Apparently, the spirit had shaken him awake and told him, 'Go help your wife.' That's why he'd gotten up without the smell of breakfast to prompt him. He thought something bad had happened to me." We moved into our house in 1977. It was a 2-year-old modular home, and no one had ever died in it. However, our property was once part of the Evergreen Cemetery. In fact, our lot is on a section of the cemetery that was known as Potter's Field, where people who couldn't afford proper headstones were buried. Some of our neighbors have had strange experiences in their homes as well. When we first moved in, my husband worked nights, so I was often alone with our young child. I would sometimes feel a sudden cold come over me when I was sitting in the living room reading, but I didn't think much of it and would just grab a blanket. I often had the feeling that someone else was in the house with me, even though it was just me and my son. About 2 years later, I had another son. My older son refused to sleep anywhere other than where I was, so I let him sleep with me and the baby. A few times, I woke up in the middle of the night to hear a baby crying. I would look over at my baby, peacefully sleeping in the cradle beside me, and my older son was also asleep. The crying always seemed to come from across the hall in another bedroom. I would go in and the crying would stop. This happened regularly. Then, things started getting stranger. The toilet in our second bathroom began flushing in the middle of the night. I told my husband about it, and he checked it but found nothing wrong. He thought I was imagining things. One night, when he was home sleeping, the toilet flushed again, and he was amazed. I also began noticing things being moved around in the house. My comb and brush would be in different places, and my children's clothes would end up in the wrong drawers. I didn't know the neighbors at the time, so I had no one to talk to. I worried they might think I was crazy. One day, I bought 2 beautiful sundresses, one pink, one blue, that needed some alterations. I altered the pink one, but left the blue one in its shopping bag and put it on the top shelf of my closet. A few days later, when I went to retrieve it, it was gone. I searched the whole closet and couldn't find it. I even accused my husband of throwing it away, but he denied it. Eventually, I gave up, resigned to the fact that it was gone. Another time, I left my car and house keys on the kitchen counter instead of putting them in my purse. The next morning, the keys were missing. We searched everywhere, but never found them. The children refused to sleep in one of the bedrooms, so I put them together in one room. They were fine as long as they were together, but they wouldn't sleep apart. One evening, after they had gone to bed, I was in the living room reading when I heard the voice of a young child and a woman. The TV was off, and no one else was in the house except me and the kids. I looked up, and there, in the hallway, was a beautiful young woman in a long gray dress. She was holding the hand of a little boy, around 3 or 4 years old, who wore balloon-like short pants. I got up to approach them, but as I did, they vanished. I was convinced I was going insane, but I couldn't tell anyone, especially since I didn't want to be seen as crazy. I saw them many times after that, the woman and child. The toilet kept flushing, and things kept moving around. Eventually, I spoke to some neighbors and learned that our property was once part of an old cemetery. Several of them had strange experiences as well, and they weren't surprised by my stories. They believed me. I learned to live with the woman and her child. They never harmed me or my kids, and my boys never saw anything. My husband, however, still thought I was crazy. About 10 years later, my husband decided to build a closet in our large living room. He installed the framework, a shelf, a rod, and paneling, creating a door to make it a proper closet. Over the years, it became filled with things, and eventually, I decided to clean it out. As I emptied it, I found a sack at the back of the shelf. When I took it down, I was shocked to see that it was the blue sundress I'd lost years ago, with the tag still on it, just like when I bought it. It was impossible. The closet hadn't even existed when the dress went missing. Later, I started smelling cigarette smoke while I was reading late at night. No one smoked in the house, but I would feel like someone was standing behind me. Then, one day, I saw a man in the house. He was tall and wore strange clothes. He walked down the hallway away from me. I ran after him, thinking someone had broken into the house and might harm my kids, who were now teenagers. But when I turned the corner, he was gone. Of course, I didn't tell anyone else except my neighbors. When I told my husband, he just laughed. I don't sense the woman and child in the house anymore, but I still smell the cigarette smoke and feel the presence of the man. I'm not scared. We live peacefully together now. I suppose these poor souls buried in unmarked graves just felt comfortable in our home. Maybe the woman and her son finally found peace and moved on. As for the man, he's still here, and we've now lived in this house for 35 years. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It's December 5th, 2012. I was due to deliver my second baby girl yesterday via C-section with a tubal ligation afterward, but things didn't go as planned. I came down with a cold that quickly turned into mild pneumonia. I was prescribed antibiotics and an inhaler to help break up the phlegm. Now I'm scheduled to try again tomorrow, December 6th. Last year, when my first daughter was born, I ended up in one of the most haunted rooms in the hospital. The hospital had just finished a major renovation and expansion to better handle cases that would otherwise need to be sent to a larger town. The hospital has been around since the early 1900s, and we all know that old buildings, especially ones where many people have passed, combined with new renovations, can lead to strange activity. During my stay, I frequently heard the sound of something heavy being dragged across the room, like a metal desk or chair scraping on the wooden floor. The baby crib, when my daughter wasn't in it, would inexplicably move across the room. There was also a woman who would pace near the window, and sometimes she'd approach my daughter's crib. My daughter would cry, calling for me to pick her up. Other times, I'd hear knocks on the window, and babies could be heard crying at all hours of the day and night. A couple of nurses were even spooked by the new labor ward. One particularly jumpy nurse would come in long enough to do what was necessary, but would quickly glance around the room. I told her, "Relax, it's okay. They're just confused. It's like when you come home from work and find all your furniture replaced and walls knocked down, making the space feel unfamiliar. They're not angry, just active." She asked, "You can see and hear them too?" I nodded, and she let out a sigh of relief. However, my daughter couldn't stand being in her crib for me to sleep. Needless to say, I didn't sleep the whole 3 days I was in that room. My husband offered to cleanse the hospital, but when he described what he'd do, the staff turned him down. Word quickly spread, and the nurses asked what could be done. He suggested they ask the hospital chaplain to bless the building. We were discharged that same day and never returned for any checkups. Now back to yesterday, things had calmed down, but the activity was still present. After my IV catheter was inserted and taped down, it came unscrewed and started leaking. When I notified the nurse, she laughed and said, "Maybe it was a ghost, huh?" I replied, "Yes, an old man." She quickly dropped her smile and went quiet. One of my favorite nurses, Amy, was assigned to me. She was sweet, caring, and had been with me throughout my pregnancy. She was also going to assist with the delivery and cleanup, which gave me some peace of mind. Amy told me that the chaplain didn't believe the nurses when they told him about the strange happenings. He suggested that they all seek mental help, which led to 2 nurses resigning and 1 retiring. The remaining nurses decided to take matters into their own hands. They got a vial of holy water from their church and sprinkled it throughout the labor and NICU wards. That's when the activity started to decrease. I felt at peace despite the fact that the old man was still playing with my IV. There was no confusion or sadness like I had felt before. I was simply at ease. Then, the pediatrician who would be attending to my baby once she was born walked into the room. She looked me straight in the eyes, patted my hand, and said, "I won't see you until Thursday." She then left. I was puzzled, as my C-section was still planned for 11 a.m. I glanced at my husband, wondering what was going on. As things progressed, my health took a sudden downturn. My white blood cell count skyrocketed, and the anesthesiologist kept pushing for the surgery to go ahead. My OB, however, was concerned and ordered an X-ray and CBC. After listening to my lungs, he diagnosed me with the onset of pneumonia in my right lung. I was coughing up a lot of phlegm, and the pain felt like pleurisy. I asked Amy why the pediatrician had said she'd see me Thursday. She leaned in and whispered, "Tom, the ghost who hangs around here, told her. He watches over the moms and babies. You know how we have the policy of keeping the bathroom door open so we can keep an eye on the baby? Well, whenever a mom shuts the door, Tom opens it wide. If a mom falls asleep with her baby in the bed, he sounds the call button. If the TV's left on, he shuts it off. If he doesn't approve of the show, he changes the channel." The electricians thought it was a malfunction and replaced the TVs, but it still happens. It's just Tom making his rounds. He loosened your IV to let us know you weren't meant to go through with this today. My OB took both Amy's and the pediatrician's warnings seriously. He decided to send me home with proper medication to get better within the next few days. He explained that there was a 2-week window for delivery, and that my baby was still high up and not yet in position, so he was willing to wait a week if needed for me to heal. I had become ill after taking my daughter to the ER that Saturday. My OB had warned me against going unless it was a real emergency, but my daughter had a high fever and 2 febrile seizures within an hour, so I had no choice but to wake up my husband and take both babies to the hospital. My dad worked for the Bureau of Indian Affairs, so we lived in government housing. I'm not sure how old the house was, but from the moment we moved in, I always had this uneasy feeling like I was being watched. I never felt completely alone. Growing up in that house, I was constantly afraid. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was going to happen. Maybe it bothered me more than anyone else because I could sense it, even if no one else seemed to. I always felt like something was there, even if no one else acknowledged it. The first thing I noticed was the feeling of someone watching me while I slept. I would wake up and feel like my forehead was being tickled, like someone was staring at me. I would look around, but no one would be there. Eventually, I started sleeping with my face covered, hoping that would help. But the strange noises in the house didn't stop. At night, I would hear things that made me paranoid, and my imagination would run wild. After a while, I started sleeping with my parents until probably around 5th grade. One night, I was scared and wanted to sleep in my parents' room, but they locked me out. I ended up sitting in the hallway, looking down it, afraid. Then, something inside me snapped, and I decided I wasn't going to be afraid anymore. I was going to go to bed, and if something happened, it happened. I turned off the light, left the door open, lay beside my sister on the queen-sized bed, and covered my face. As I was about to fall asleep, I suddenly felt someone grab my face and shake it violently. I woke up immediately, threw the covers off, and looked around, expecting to see my sister, mad about something. But she was still sound asleep beside me. I knew it couldn't have been her because I would have felt her getting back into bed. I jumped up, turned on the light, and looked under the bed. Nothing there. I looked down the hall, and all the doors were closed. If it had been anyone else in the house, I would have heard them. This house was old, and the floor creaked with every movement. I left the light on, shut the door, and prayed to calm myself down. Eventually, I fell asleep. The first time I saw something in that house was truly mind-blowing. It was winter, and my parents couldn't afford to put propane in the tank, so we all had to sleep in the same room with portable heaters. All of us kids were on mattresses on the floor, while my parents were on their bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up, turned over onto my side, and saw my mom standing by the window, looking at me. She smiled and waved her hand, like she wanted me to come to her. I shook my head, saying no, and then I noticed movement where my mom usually slept. I glanced over and saw her still asleep in bed. The thing standing by the window wasn't her. I froze, terrified, and started screaming and crying. I didn't want to look at it, but it stayed there until my parents woke up. I rushed to turn on the light, completely freaking out. My mind couldn't comprehend what had just happened. I couldn't sleep again until it was light outside. I don't think my parents took me seriously until a few days later. My mom had a dream where she was going up to heaven, then down to hell, and then back up again. At that exact moment, my little brother woke her up because he was scared, and she freaked out on him. My dad had to pull her off him and wake her up from the dream. Afterward, my parents told our preacher about the 2 incidents. He told them that my mom might have actually died that night if my little brother hadn't woken her up, and that I had possibly seen her soul roaming before she returned. At first, I believed it, but after experiencing more strange occurrences in that house, especially seeing doppelgangers of other people, including one of myself, I started to think differently. I don't believe it was just my mom's soul I saw roaming. I believe there was something paranormal in that house that could mimic people, and it wasn't just her. I'm new here and honestly don't know where to start, but I've had some strange experiences in my life, so I'll give it a try. I live in Rapid City, South Dakota, a place with a lot of history since gold was discovered in the Black Hills over a century and a half ago. I'm of Native American heritage, and I've always been a firm believer in the paranormal. My first experience happened when I was about 7. I was at my grandparents' home on the reservation, which was located near the Badlands, on my family's property. One day, I heard the sound of bells, like the ones powwow dancers wear, coming from the direction of the Badlands. My mom told me that the sounds were from the spirits, or winage, pronounced winaha. She explained that they try to draw people out into the wilderness, and once you're out there, you're never seen again. We'd also hear strange noises, like slamming doors, especially at night. My mom said it was the spirit of someone who had passed away and been buried on our property. This continued for years, until we moved to Rapid City when I was 10. That's when things escalated. One night, I was in my room and I saw a black, shadowy figure walk in and stare at me. Then it just jumped up into the ceiling. After that, a horrible smell filled the room, decay and something foul that lingered before disappearing. It was the first time I felt like I wasn't alone in that house. Years later, when my mother passed away, strange things started happening again. A white-eyed shadow figure appeared to be following her around, but it disappeared after she passed on. I then moved in with my sister's family, and strange occurrences followed me. One night, I heard clawing sounds at the windows. We lived on the 3rd floor of the building, and there were no trees nearby, no way for anything to be causing that noise. There were no rodents either. It was just eerie. We eventually moved to Chicago, and things got even weirder. We moved into a house that felt oppressive and strange. Our pets refused to go into the basement, and when I had to go down there, it always felt like I was being watched. The situation took a bizarre turn when my nephew ran up to me one day, terrified. He said the family dog had run out of the basement, covered in blood, growled at him, and then ran back down. I was stunned because the dog had been outside and was perfectly healthy when I let her back in. It made no sense. A couple of years later, during winter break from college, I visited my sister's family, who had just moved into a new house. My oldest niece told me that she had seen something in the basement, a skinned, baboon-like creature that was growling at her. After that, she moved into her dad's office. One day, I was in the basement and caught a glimpse of what looked like a bloody monkey head peeking out from the man cave area. When I approached it, it vanished. My sister had the house blessed and smudged, and after that, everything went quiet. In 2005, after graduating, I moved back to Chicago. One night, my sister, her friend, my oldest niece, and I were out in her backyard. It was around 3 a.m., and the temperature dropped dramatically. It felt like fall, even though it had been 78 degrees earlier in the night. We started hearing the sound of children laughing. Spooked, we ran inside. Just as we reached the door, something heavy began pounding on it from the outside. I looked out and saw shadowy figures running around just beyond the porch light. We heard moaning and screams. Even now, thinking about it, I get chills. In 2007, I moved to South Dakota for a job at a local TV station and ended up staying in a motel for a month while I looked for an apartment. One night, in mid-December, I was outside my room, smoking a cigarette, when I saw red lights coming from the room next door. I thought they were just Christmas lights, so I went back to bed. But later that night, I had a disturbing dream where I was fighting a decayed, blackened figure. When I woke up, my room smelled wrong, like decay, mold, and old earth. About 20 minutes later, I was almost asleep again when I heard a voice in my ear shouting, "Wake up and look at me." The room turned ice cold, and the stench got worse. I was terrified to open my eyes, so I hid under the covers, too scared to face whatever was there. It felt wrong, and it wouldn't get better that night. Things didn't get any better when I ended up checking into a homeless shelter a couple of months later. The paranormal activity there was much worse. I would see dark figures running along the beds, and when I cleaned the dining room at the attached soup kitchen, things would be thrown at me, and chairs would slide across the floor on their own. It got a little quieter when I became the head cook, but one morning around 5 a.m., while I was preparing breakfast, the other employee and I both heard a blood-curdling scream coming from the dining room. We rushed in, turned on the lights, and found nothing, just an empty room. It was just the two of us there at that hour, and neither of us had seen or heard anything before the scream. Eventually, I moved into my own apartment and started working at a local consulting firm. Things were quieter, but my experiences were far from over. In October 2009, my buddy and I were traveling back from Nebraska when we took a detour through the south unit of Badlands National Park. As we were passing through the reservation, we saw a woman hitchhiking by the side of the road. My buddy wanted to pick her up, but I insisted we shouldn't. One of his mom's friends had warned us about picking people up after dark, as they might not be what they seemed. As we passed her, I glanced back, and where she had been standing, I saw a huge deer-like creature. It had glowing red eyes and stood at the size of one of the Irish elk skeletons they have at the Mammoth site in Hot Springs. It vanished instantly, and I couldn't stop looking for it in the rearview mirror. It was gone. Then last spring, my fiancé and I were walking past the main post office in Rapid City around 9 p.m. by the County 24/7 building when we saw a figure sitting on the steps. It looked like they were waiting for something. My fiancé joked, "Talk about a loyal customer." As we passed, we saw the figure's leg move. But when we looked back, there was no one there, just an empty staircase. We started walking toward a gas station, but as we went, we heard footsteps behind us. We kept looking back, but there was no one there. We quickly decided to skip the drink and headed back to our place. The footsteps stopped after we crossed the creek near the gas station. Rapid City has a lot of tragedy behind it, and I'm sure that's what fuels some of the strange happenings in town. The history here is filled with violence, mysterious deaths, and dark stories, and I believe that's what makes this place so haunted. The experiences I've had here and everywhere I've lived have left me with the firm belief that there's more to the world than we can see. When I was a teenager, one day I was at home, reading a really good book that I couldn't put down. But then, as it usually happens, my bladder was about to burst, so I rushed to the bathroom. While I was doing my thing, I happened to glance at the corner of my eye and saw the shower curtain move. I turned to look, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw my brother lying in the bathtub, reading a magazine of all things. Just as he was about to glance back at me, I quickly looked away, pretending like I hadn't seen him. I finished what I was doing, decided not to wash my hands, which, now thinking back, was gross, opened the door, and stepped out into the hall. But as I walked into the hallway, it suddenly hit me. Wait a minute, didn't I just see my brother in the bathtub? The more I thought about it, the more I felt like I needed to give him a piece of my mind. But for some strange reason, I almost forgot about it altogether. I turned around and marched straight back to the bathroom, ready to confront my brother. I pulled back the shower curtain, fully expecting to see him there. But the tub was empty. No brother, no magazine, nothing. I shrugged it off as my imagination and thought, maybe I was just tired or seeing things. That was until the next time something strange happened. One night, I was partially awakened by someone walking down the hallway and into my room. My sister was asleep on a twin bed on one side of the room, and I was on the queen-sized bed on the other side. Still half asleep, I barely opened my eyes and saw what looked like my brother walking toward the foot of my bed. I felt him climb into bed with me. Although this was strange, I figured maybe he'd seen something in his room and was too scared to sleep alone. The next morning, I woke up to find him curled up at the foot of my bed. He told me he heard and saw something sitting in a chair by his bed. So he ran into our room. We teased him about it, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something must have seriously scared him for him to come sleep in his sister's room like that. That night, I was sleeping near the dresser, facing my sister, when I felt someone behind me. I thought it was my brother, so without even opening my eyes, I said, "What? Did you see something in your room again, and now you're too scared to sleep in there, chicken?" Suddenly I felt a push on my shoulder. I laughed at first, thinking he was playing around, but when I turned to look, no one was there. The only thing I saw was the other half of the queen bed and the wall. No space, nothing. Just an empty bed. I jumped out of bed, my heart pounding in my chest. I stood there staring at the empty bed, feeling completely paralyzed. I could literally hear my heartbeat in my ears. I glanced at my sister, but I wasn't about to wake her up. We didn't get along, and besides, I wasn't about to sleep with my older brother, whose doppelganger I had just seen. I was too old to crawl into bed with my parents, and they'd probably just laugh at me anyway. I thought about sleeping in the living room, but that room was even scarier, and that's a whole other story. So, I did what anyone in my shoes would do. I prayed, gathered my courage, and decided to suck it up. I shut the bedroom door, left the light on, and climbed back into my bed. Before I did, though, I piled up the empty side of the queen bed with clothes, jackets, pillows, and extra blankets. Like that was going to keep a ghost away, but it made me feel a little better. At least for the time being. When I was in 7th grade, I really didn't want to go to school. I hated it, and despite my mom begging me to go, I ignored her. Looking back, I realized that wasn't the smartest choice. It was a school's work day, and my mom was babysitting 5 toddlers at our house. We were all in the living room, and surprisingly, everyone fell asleep except for me. I was watching TV when I suddenly started hearing something unusual. I muted the TV to listen more closely. It sounded like someone was bouncing a basketball downstairs in the basement. Now, we had a huge basement, and I always felt like I was being watched whenever I went down there. I hated going down alone, so I made sure someone was with me. But this time, I wasn't about to go down by myself. The bouncing stopped, so I turned the volume back up. But then it started again, and it wasn't just once. It kept going on and off for several minutes. I started to think maybe one of my brothers or my sister was hiding out downstairs, skipping school, and making noise. But why would they be making all that racket? I'd already experienced a few unexplained things in the house before, so the sound made me nervous. I looked around at everyone else in the living room, and they were all still asleep. I couldn't understand why no one else heard it. Then I heard something else. Someone stomping up the stairs. It was slow and loud, like someone was dragging their feet. I looked around again. How was no one hearing this? I called out to my mom, but she didn't hear me. I didn't want to yell because I didn't want to wake up the toddlers, so I just sat there, frozen, listening to the sounds getting closer and closer. I wasn't sure if I was more scared of it being a ghost or a stranger. Suddenly I heard the kitchen door open and footsteps creaked on the floor. That's when I really got scared. I ducked behind the coffee table, trying to hide. Whatever it was walked into the living room and just stood there, and I could feel it staring at me. I got this terrible feeling, and at that moment, I decided that I wasn't about to look. I just stayed hidden, praying it would go away. Eventually, the presence left and went back through the kitchen. I'm still amazed how everyone slept through all the noise. Maybe it was meant for me to experience, but I can't shake the feeling it wasn't just a person. It felt like something else, maybe a ghost or even a dead relative trying to tell me to go to school. I'm not sure, but to this day, I kind of wish I had peeked to see what it was. Sometimes I wonder if my mom had prayed over me, like she and my grandma used to say to us kids, "You better be good or you're going to see that old lady." Another similar experience happened when my sister, a friend, and I were home alone. We were sitting at the dining table, supposed to be doing homework, but really, we were talking more about boys and laughing than actually working. Suddenly I heard footsteps coming up the stairs. I quickly told the girls to be quiet. The stomping got louder and closer. I said, "It's probably just so-and-so trying to scare us." But I could have sworn that all my brothers were out shopping with my parents in another town. As the sound grew louder, we just stared at each other, waiting. Finally, we heard the kitchen doorknob turn and the door creaked open, but we didn't see anything. At this point, my sister and I were used to the basement and kitchen doors opening on their own, sometimes with the help of our cat, who had figured out how to open it, but this was different. This time, the door started to open and then slammed shut repeatedly, as if something was angry. Our friend was terrified and bolted out of the room, followed quickly by my sister and me. We ran to our friend's house across the street, breathless and panicked, and told her family what happened. They didn't really believe us, but they could tell we were scared. We didn't go home until our parents returned. When we got back, the house was a mess. Our homework was scattered all over the floor, and the chairs were knocked over in our rush to escape. Of course, our friend never stayed the night again after that. I used to live in a larger town in a mobile home with my family. my mom, dad, and younger brother. This was around 8 years ago, before I had a cell phone. At the time, I had a cordless home phone, and I would often stay up late, talking to my best friend about boys until the phone battery died. One night, my brother remembers hearing the phone ring, and then suddenly, someone jumping out of the shower, which wasn't even running at the time, and running down the hallway with wet feet. The floors were hardwood, so the sound was unmistakable. He said he heard the person answer the phone and then walk back down the hall toward my room. He even heard the person say, "Hello?" and it sounded like my voice. This all happened while everyone else in the house was asleep, and I was completely unaware of it. I always had a strange feeling in that house. When I was younger, I would often see a dark shadow standing above me when I was in bed. I'd get so scared I would run to my parents' room, which was across the house. One night, I decided to get my blanket and pillow and walk down the hall to their room, because I felt like something was watching me. When I reached the end of the hall, I saw that the TV in their room was on. As I looked at it, I saw a black shadow pacing back and forth by the TV, which was filled with static. I thought it might be my mom, but when I looked closer, I realized it wasn't her. The shadow stopped, turned toward me, and opened its mouth wide, letting out a piercing scream. I ran so fast back to my room, crawled under the bed, and stayed there until morning. I was terrified, but I never spoke about it to anyone until years later. As I grew older, the experiences seemed to subside, at least until my best friend moved in next door. Her mom worked early hours, waking up at 3:30 a.m. to get ready for her 5 a.m. shift. She would sit in her kitchen, which had a clear view into my living room. One morning, she told me she saw my brother standing in front of the TV, surrounded by static, and a black figure moving back and forth so fast it was almost impossible to follow. She said she wasn't sure if the figure noticed her watching, but when she stared at it longer, the figure stopped and almost seemed to look back at her. She saw my cat hissing and freaking out at the figure. We stayed up late many nights, hoping to see the figure ourselves, but it never happened again. One day, my best friend and I were in my room doing our hair and makeup when my brother started screaming my name from the living room. I ran to him, and he told me there was something climbing up the wall. He described it as a 3-pronged fork. I didn't see anything and thought he was just dreaming, so I calmed him down and left the room. The next day, we found scratches on the wall exactly where he had seen the fork. We never figured out what was going on, but it was definitely unsettling. My mom would also claim that she felt something tugging at her shirt while she was cooking or doing dishes. Before I continue, I should mention that I can feel when a spirit is around. I can sense whether it's good or bad, but I've never seen them fully. I usually only catch glimpses. We moved to a smaller town after that, into an older rental house before my parents bought a home. The house always felt off. I could feel something there, like I wasn't alone. The window shades in that house were the kind you pull down and they shoot back up. One night, as I was lying in bed trying to sleep before school the next day, I heard the blinds snap, and then the one next to it did the same thing. It scared me to death. When I looked at the window, it looked like the air around it was rippling, like water. I asked what it wanted, and the sensation came toward me like a gust of wind, going right through me. Before my daughter was born, I was living with my ex-husband. He had a bookshelf full of collectible model cars. I often slept alone while he worked the night shift. And every now and then, the cars would fall off the shelf by themselves. One night, we had a huge argument, and I was crying in bed. Suddenly, all the cars flew off the shelf and crashed onto the floor. Oddly, I felt calmer, as if the anger had been taken from me. I never told anyone about it, except my mom, who also has a sensitivity to things like that. After I moved out and into my own house, things got even stranger. I was making food for my brother and daughter when I saw the same black figure I had seen when I was younger, standing in the dining room. It looked angry, but I wasn't scared, just shocked. A few hours later, my ex-husband came home, and as he was changing out of his work clothes, he saw something behind him in the bedroom. He said it felt like it was trying to hurt him. In this house, I felt the presence of an older man upstairs, who I believe passed away in the house. He was a peaceful spirit. There was also a young girl whose presence I never felt was harmful. One day, my daughter's toys started going off and playing by themselves. I jokingly said to the girl, whom I had started calling Cynthia, that she should watch over my house while I was on vacation. As I said this, one of the toys opened on its own. I felt comforted, as though they were looking out for me. When my ex-husband and I divorced, I moved to a new place. I still see a young woman occasionally in the house, and I often hear running upstairs. My current boyfriend is frightened by my ability to sense spirits, and I don't talk about it much with him. My daughter has also noticed them. She waves goodbye to the couch before we go upstairs, but she doesn't seem scared. As long as she's not afraid, I don't mind them being there. It feels like they're just watching over us. After that, my boyfriend decided to stay the night with my daughter and me. In the morning, my daughter jumped into bed with us, and we were just talking when she slowly got up and started staring at my dresser. She then said, "Mommy, a girl." After a pause, she added, "Two." My boyfriend got a bit freaked out, especially when the plastic bag on the floor, which had my shampoo in it, started moving as if a breeze had blown through it. My boyfriend plays the drums, and one day he showed me a video of himself playing during his lunch break. Towards the end of the video, something caught my eye. It looked like a little boy peeking out from behind him. He looked exactly like the figure I've seen in his house. I pointed it out to him, but he didn't want to believe it. A bit of background on my boyfriend. He's had many paranormal experiences in his life, including an encounter with something demonic when he was younger, which is why he's so hesitant to fully believe in the things I experience. I know he believes me on some level, but he always tries to shrug it off, like it's nothing. If I can post videos, I'll share a screenshot of the little boy from the video. He looks like he's peeking around my boyfriend at the end of the song. On December 2nd, my boyfriend's mom, daughter, and I were sitting upstairs at his house watching TV when we heard loud banging noises. It happened 4 times. Finally, my boyfriend's mom heard it too. Up until then, she had thought we were just being crazy. But after she heard it, she was so scared that she literally left me there, too frightened to stay. The feeling I get from my boyfriend's house is that there's an older man there, and he gives off a grumpy, get off my lawn vibe. He doesn't seem to want to harm anyone, but he makes it clear that he's present, and he wants to be known. As for the little boy, I get a scared feeling from him. I'm not sure if the two spirits are connected, but I can't help but feel bad for the little boy, as if something's troubling him. This account takes place around June of 2002, on a farm west of Hurley, South Dakota. I was 18 at the time and had just started dating a girl I worked with. The only problem was the distance. We lived over 50 miles apart and worked in a city in between. To make it easier, I decided to move in with her uncle, who was a friend of mine, on a small farm just outside of town. The farm was more of a shabby hobby farm than a working one. The house was run down, dirty, and every time it rained, the living room practically flooded. But I decided to make it work, mainly because I just wanted to be closer to my girlfriend. Besides, I figured I'd only be there to sleep. I'd been living there about a week, sleeping on the floor in what was supposed to be my room, but it was so cluttered with junk that I hadn't gotten around to clearing it out. After a week of back pain, I finally decided to clear out the room and move my things in. It took me a couple of hours, and by 2 a.m., I had finished and was ready to catch a few hours of sleep before the 35-mile drive to work. That's when it happened. I was jolted awake by the sound of bootsteps coming up the stairs and the hallway light flicking on. I froze, confused. Both the uncle and the homeowner were away for the week, and my girlfriend didn't have a license to get there, especially at 2 a.m. I was alone. I had shut off all the lights before going to bed. As the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, I squinted my eyes open just enough to see a silhouette of a man leaning against the door frame. I quickly closed my eyes again. At that moment, I was sure I had an intruder. I had set up my room with a coffee table against the wall to my right, and on it sat a sword I used for my study of Japanese martial arts. I made the split-second decision that I was going to leap out of bed, grab the sword, and defend myself. I took a deep breath and was about to move when suddenly I heard a voice, right next to my ear. This voice was unmistakable. It was the uncle's. I froze. My brain couldn't process the situation fully at first, but I recognized his voice. I thought he must have come home early and noticed the changes I'd made to my room. But what didn't make sense was how he had gotten to the back of the room without me hearing him. In the span of a few seconds, he'd crossed the room, knelt down next to me, and was speaking to me as though he had been there all along. Even though I felt an immediate sense of familiarity, I didn't understand what was happening. He greeted me by saying something like, "I see you got the room all fixed up. Looks nice in here now." We talked briefly, and then he said, "Well, good night," and I heard the hallway light click off as he left the room. The next day, I went through my usual routine: work, hanging out with my girlfriend, and then heading back to the farm around 10 p.m. When I arrived, I was surprised to find all the lights on, with the uncle messing around in the kitchen. He looked surprised to see me. We hung out for a while, had a couple beers, and chatted. In the middle of our conversation, I mentioned something he'd said to me the night before. He gave me a strange look and told me he'd just returned from his trip that day, only a few hours earlier. The realization hit me like a ton of bricks. The adrenaline surged through my body as I thought back to the previous night. There was no way he could have been the one in the room with me. The door was locked, the windows were shut, and there was no way for him to have entered quietly. I had spoken to a ghost. Second incident. Despite the creepy encounter, I stayed in the house for a few more weeks. I was hesitant to be there alone, but the encounter had been relatively harmless, so I stayed. I kept a mental note to always know when someone would be around. I was waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did, until one morning. I woke up and started down the stairs. As I made the sharp left turn halfway down, I saw something that stopped me cold. A woman's bare foot and leg in a white gown quickly moved from the bottom step in front of me. I froze. There was no woman in the house wearing a gown. My girlfriend didn't wear dresses or skirts, and she certainly wasn't in the house at that moment. I called out for her, but there was no response. I rushed downstairs, checked the rooms, and found that the uncle and homeowner were both gone. I even searched the creepy, cobwebbed basement, went upstairs again, and checked outside, but there was no sign of anyone. That's when I decided I had enough. I left the farm and found my girlfriend, who was waiting for me at her house. After realizing it wasn't her I'd seen, I moved my things out of the house and never went back. The small pink haunted house was where my best friend, Elle, lived during high school. Her family had bought a large piece of land about 30 minutes outside of a big town in South Dakota. The land was vast, and on it stood the small pink house. They were in the process of building a larger home on the opposite side of the property, but to save money during construction, they decided to live in the small house for the time being. Despite knowing the house was haunted, Elle, her mother, Dee, and her younger sister, M, continued to live there. Elle's family is extremely sensitive to paranormal experiences. It seems like spirits are especially drawn to them, as they've always had ghostly encounters. Many strange occurrences happened in the pink house, but I hadn't witnessed most of them. However, there was one experience I had that no one else saw, and it has stayed with me ever since. It was midnight on Black Friday. For those unfamiliar, Black Friday is the day after Thanksgiving, filled with crazy sales for the holiday season. Elle and I decided to drive separately. She was heading home, while I was staying in town where I lived. The driveway to the small pink house wrapped around the entire house. Imagine the number 6, where the circle part is the house and the line is the driveway. Because of the way the driveway was set up, cars just parked slightly off the drive. There wasn't really a designated parking area. Elle's car was parked on the right side of the house, and mine was on the left. As I walked down the wheelchair ramp to my car, the house's previous tenant had been wheelchair-bound. I glanced into M's car and saw someone sitting in the driver's seat. I looked away for just a split second, but when I looked back, the person was gone. The person I had seen in the driver's seat was a young girl with long blonde hair. My heart skipped a beat, and immediately, every hair on my body stood up. My eyes began to tear up as I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I knew, with every fiber of my being, that this couldn't have been a real person. It was a ghost. Panicking, I called Elle. I didn't want to scare her, especially because the drive back into town is long and dark. On the phone, I asked her how long it would take for her to reverse and get onto the road. Elle could hear the anxiety in my voice. She knew something was wrong. The tone of my voice gave it away, and she understood why I was asking such a strange question. The drive back to town felt like the longest and most frightening one I had ever made. I couldn't stop thinking about what I had just seen. When we finally arrived at the mall in town, I jumped out of my car and quickly entered Elle's passenger seat. I needed to tell her what had happened. As soon as I started explaining, Elle understood why my phone call had been so unusual. I described what I saw in M's car in as much detail as I could. We both came to the conclusion that the girl I saw was a friend of ours, Kay, who had tragically taken her own life a year or two before. Although I had only known Kay during elementary school, Elle had been friends with her throughout middle school and the brief time they were in high school together before the tragedy. The resemblance to Kay, from her long blonde hair to the way she sat in the car, was undeniable. We both felt a strange mix of sadness and eerie comfort, as if Kay's spirit was still connected to us in some way, trying to communicate. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I never really believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before I had this experience with my friends. I have a lot of stories my friends would consider supernatural, but this one still scares me to this day, even though it happened months ago. I think about it constantly, and the fact that we never found out exactly what the thing was really bothers me. This happened during the summer of 2019 when my mom, my friends, and I were living in Sturgis, South Dakota. My mom had taken a traveling nurse assignment, so we had moved there from Kansas. We stayed in Sturgis for the entire summer and a little into the school year. My mom rented a house with her roommate, while I lived with 3 of my friends in a house down the street. We were a bit loud, staying up all night, so my mom rented us a separate house. How cool is that? Everything was going well. The people in South Dakota were kind, the scenery was breathtaking, and we felt nothing but positive vibes, until one day when things took a sudden, dramatic turn. It all started when my mom and her roommate, Michelle, went to the Knuckle Saloon, a world-famous bar and grill in Sturgis. Meanwhile, my friends and I decided to drive 30 minutes to Rapid City to go shopping, since we had just gotten our allowances. One of my friends was old enough to drive, so we made the trip. After a few hours of shopping, she decided that she was bored and wanted to explore, since it was only our second time in Rapid City. We left the mall and drove around for a while until we stumbled upon a beautiful waterfall hidden behind trees and large boulders. We parked the car and got out to take pictures of the waterfall. We stayed there for over 15 minutes, hiking around to get better shots and enjoying the peaceful surroundings. One of my friends decided to wander off to take her own pictures for Instagram, and we didn't think much of it. The rest of us kept snapping photos and bragging on Snapchat about our beautiful view, when suddenly we heard a blood-curdling scream from the opposite end of the waterfall. Shocked, we looked at each other, unsure of what to do. We rushed toward the scream, and when we reached the source, we found our friend standing in the river, looking utterly confused as to how she had ended up there. We ran down to her, but she didn't say a word. She only pointed toward a bunch of trees. We both turned to look, and there, standing in the distance, was a black figure. At first, I couldn't make out what it was, but my friends swore it wasn't human. It had the body of a little girl, but there was no face, just pure blackness. The moment I saw it, I felt an overwhelming sense of fear and rushed to help our friend up, pulling her over the railing and away from the figure. We ran to the car and sped off. That night, I tried to talk to our friend about what happened. She told me she was leaning over the railing to take photos of the river when she suddenly felt a tap on her back. She thought it was one of us, so she didn't pay it much attention. But then, without warning, she felt someone forcefully push her over the railing. She tumbled down the hill and fell into the river. Thankfully, it was shallow, or she could have drowned. She told me that when she looked up to see what had pushed her, she saw the figure of the little girl. She couldn't see the face, only the blackness. In her words, I stood up to ask the thing that pushed me why it did that when all of a sudden it came flying at my face. Literally flying. I fell back down, started crying, and called for you guys. She was hysterical when she spoke, and even though I initially brushed it off, thinking she was just trying to scare me, something about the way she spoke made me believe her. The next day, as we were driving past the waterfall with my mom on the way to see Mount Rushmore, my mom pulled up an article about a little girl who had drowned in the river a year or two prior. The shivers that ran down my spine were immediate. I had no words. My friend's story matched up exactly with what had happened to the little girl. Now I can't help but wonder, what did we really see that day? Was it the little girl who drowned, or was it something else? Why would a spirit try to hurt my friend? I don't know, and I don't think I ever will. But I can't stop thinking about it. The eerie feeling I get when I remember that moment still lingers, and I've been trying to make sense of it ever since. I'm a traveler. I've lived in many places, and as a result, I have friends scattered all over. I also keep a journal, so this is based on an entry I made on July 23rd, 2008, the morning after something strange happened. It was the summer of 2008 when I found myself homeless, living out of my van and couch surfing with my cat, Jez, whom I've mentioned before. By sort of homeless, I mean that we always had a place to park or camp. We often had access to fresh water, and we could usually find some good food. In July, we were lucky enough to stay with a friend in Burlington, VT, for a few weeks. His roommates were away on break between summer sessions at university, so Jez and I got to crash on the living room couch. This was a welcome change after we had been hunkered down in my van for about a month, and I think Jez, as much as I, was looking forward to something soft to sleep on. We had been staying there for about a week when things took a strange turn. At the time, I was working at the laundromat across the street, picking up plenty of hours. The owner paid in cash, and most nights, he would bring my coworker and me a 30-rack of beer. This was a Tuesday night. My friend was out for the evening, and I was tired and sober, so after a quick shower and some leftovers, I settled onto the couch to sleep. Jez jumped up onto my legs, curled up, and fell asleep right next to me. I always kept my cell phone plugged in next to me at night, partly as a nightlight and partly because I had grown accustomed to going without electricity for stretches of time. I wanted to make sure my phone stayed charged. I remember waking up to the sound of a door opening and, out of habit, checking the time on my phone. It was 4:18 a.m. Thinking it was my friend coming home, I called out to him and asked how his night had been. No response. As I let my eyes adjust to the darkness, I called his name again after hearing light footsteps in the bedroom, directly in front of me. The foot of the couch was right by the bedroom doorway, and I knew it should have been empty. I also realized that the bedroom door was wide open, which didn't seem right. At that point, I started to get up, but then I saw a form in the doorway. I wear glasses and am nearsighted, so anything at that distance looks a little fuzzy. Still thinking it was my friend, I asked what he was doing in his roommate's room, wondering aloud what was going on. I distinctly remember cocking my head to the side, almost like a dog does when it doesn't quite understand something. Then, something bizarre happened. The form didn't walk, glide, or move in any way I could make sense of. One second, it was standing in the doorway, and the next, it was suddenly right in front of my face. It was a long-nosed, squinty-eyed thing, and it cocked its head the same way I had, mimicking me. I couldn't tell how long we just stared at each other, but after a while, I blinked, and it was gone. I snapped on all the lights, shoved my glasses onto my face, and searched the entire apartment. No one was there. No one. Just me and Jez, who had stayed asleep on my lap the whole time and was now quite disgruntled about being woken up so abruptly. I didn't stick around. We grabbed what we needed and went straight to my van, not bothering to stay another minute in that apartment. The next day, I told my friend that I was leaving for Maine earlier than planned. I never went back to the apartment, and I've never mentioned what happened to him or his roommates. As far as I know, they're still living in that apartment 4 years later. Maybe one day I'll wait until they bring it up. The first closet I want to mention was in my bedroom in the first apartment I remember living in. I lived in this apartment from the age of 2 to about 3, give or take a few months. From what I can recall, the closet was fairly large and spacious, a walk-in type, at least in my eyes at the time. It served as both a toy storage area and a playroom for me, my older brother, and any friends we had over. I don't remember being scared of the closet at first, but that changed one day when I had some friends over for a play date. I recall one of the kids, a girl around 4, finding a small chip in the plaster wall of the closet. She decided to enlarge it with a toy, though I can't recall what toy it was. Once she damaged the plaster, the whole atmosphere of the closet changed. It suddenly felt very unwelcoming, and I immediately left. After that day, I could no longer go into the closet alone. Even when my friends or brother tried to coax me into it, I couldn't stay for more than a few minutes. Then, one night, I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep when I heard a man's voice coming from the direction of the closet. I can't recall exactly what it said or if I understood it at the time, but the fear it caused was immediate. The next thing I knew, I had pulled the covers over my head, which I never normally do because it makes me feel suffocated. That was the first and only time I ever slept with my head under the covers. Now I'll talk about the second and third closets. I grouped them together because, although they were in different apartments, both were in the same building. When I was 21, I moved into my very first apartment on my own. It was a small, one-bedroom apartment with 2 closets, one in the hallway between the living room and kitchen, and another in the bedroom. I was fine with the hallway closet, but I always felt like I was being watched when I was near the bedroom closet. So, I ended up not using it. When I wasn't in the bedroom, I made sure the door was shut because of the eerie feeling it gave me. I never had anything happen while I was in the room, but I never felt comfortable with that closet. A couple of years later, I moved into a larger apartment on the other side of the house, and this is where the third closet comes in. I moved in with my mother when I became pregnant with my son. The closet was again in my bedroom, just my luck, right? The layout of the room had a small alcove between the entryway and the closet itself. The alcove was big enough to fit my queen-sized bed, a computer, and a small stand at the foot of the bed. The door to the room opened into the living room, so I could sit on my bed, play online games, and watch TV. I mention this because it's important to the story. The closet itself was oddly constructed. It seemed like the apartment was once part of a larger house that had been divided into smaller apartments. Whoever added the closet had ripped out a door and plastered over the doorway without removing the door frame or hinges. One night, I was watching Ghost Hunters, one of my favorite paranormal shows. The closet door was behind me, and as I was watching, I heard a click and a creak. When I turned around, the closet door, which had been fully closed and latched, was open about 3 inches. At first, I chalked it up to a draft, considering the poorly plastered door. I got up, closed it, and slid the old small bolt to lock it. But this wasn't the last time. It happened several times, always when I was watching a paranormal show. If I watched something like Animal Planet or a comedy, the door would stay shut. One night, during a particularly scary episode of Ghost Adventures, I heard the familiar click and creak. This time, instead of just closing and locking the door, I opened it wide. Feeling a bit silly, I spoke into the empty closet. "I can't see you, so I don't know if you're in there. But if you are, please don't open the door while I'm watching my paranormal shows. I'm already scared enough. You can open the door during any other show if you like, but please, not the paranormal ones. Thank you." I closed the door and locked it. A few weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night to hear a male voice. I was half asleep, so I didn't quite catch what it said. Thinking it was my fiancé coming to pick me up in the morning, I called out. When I became fully awake, I realized it was still dark out, much too early for him to be here. I went back to sleep, and when I woke up again, the closet door was wide open, as though someone had just walked out of it. It had never opened that much before. My mother had a spiritual friend who visited one day and stopped by our apartment. She claimed there was a spirit attached to the closet door. She said it was a female spirit, but I'm not sure how valid her claim was. What struck me as odd was that I distinctly heard a male voice, not a female one. This experience took place after my family and I moved to Utah from Boise, Idaho. In June 2007, I transferred to my company's Salt Lake City office. At the time, we weren't sure where we wanted to live, so we decided to temporarily rent a house just a couple of blocks from my in-laws in Roy, Utah. It was in the neighborhood where my wife grew up, so she was familiar with the homes and the people. The house we rented was only about 4 or 5 years old, built at the end of a cul-de-sac, not far from the main road, 1900 West. We were excited to be back in Utah, but we weren't prepared for the strange events that would follow. The first night in the house, my wife and I were awakened by the sound of little feet bounding noisily down the hallway and then rushing down the stairs to the basement. I checked the time. It wasn't even 5 a.m. yet. We have 3 young children, so I figured one of them had gotten up early and was excited to explore the new house. Groggy and a bit annoyed, I went downstairs expecting to see one of the kids watching morning cartoons in the basement. But when I reached the TV room, everything was dark and quiet. I was confused and surprised. I thought maybe my child had seen me coming and sneaked back to bed to avoid getting in trouble, though this was very uncharacteristic of my kids. I went back upstairs and checked on all 3 of them, and they were all sound asleep, snoring away. I thought to myself, okay, either my kids are really good actors, or something creepy just happened. My wife heard the footsteps too, and she was equally freaked out. I tried to brush it off, but a few days later, something happened that made me wonder if I was going crazy. One morning, I got up early to get ready for work. I went into the bathroom with my clothes for the day and hung them next to my towel on the towel rack, draping my belt over the rack. After my shower, I reached for the towel, and that's when things got weird. The belt started swinging violently back and forth for about 15 seconds, as though something invisible was tugging on it. I froze, shocked. The belt finally stopped, and I reached for the towel, but the belt suddenly started swinging again, right in front of my eyes. I couldn't explain it. I checked the heater vent to see if it was the cause, but it was on the other side of the bathroom, far from the rack. I even tried pulling the shower curtain to see if it would create a draft strong enough to move the belt. But the curtain didn't budge, and the belt remained still. I knew I hadn't touched it. I was still reaching for my towel when it started swinging. I didn't tell my wife about this, not wanting to scare her more, but I was definitely freaked out. After these incidents, the house had an unsettling feeling to it. I'm not sure if it was just my nerves or if there was something truly off about the place. The sense of dread was especially strong early in the morning before the sun came up. I always felt it most when I went downstairs during those hours. Even with the lights on, the feeling was impossible to shake. It was like something was watching me. We only stayed in that house for 6 months before we moved to Provo, where I finished my graduate degree at BYU while continuing to work for my company. After the first few strange events, nothing else happened for months, and I thought maybe it was just the stress of moving. But just before we moved, something happened that left me questioning everything. One night, I was home alone with the kids. My wife was at a church event, and I was in the kitchen getting dinner ready. Good old mac and cheese. I had a pot of water heating on the stove with the lid on. As we were sitting around the kitchen counter talking and laughing, the lid on the pot started rattling violently, enough to really startle my 5-year-old daughter. I tried to reassure her that it was nothing, that the water was probably boiling and causing the lid to rattle. I went over to the pot, lifted the lid, and found the water calm and still. "Was it the boiling water, Dad?" my daughter asked. "Yep, it was. See? I told you," I lied, trying to cover up my unease. I put the noodles into the water to distract her, but inside, I was unsettled. In the summer of 2007, I was babysitting my baby cousin, Cameron. He was only 1 or 2 years old when this happened. We were staying in a really old house, one of those creaky, outdated homes with character. The basement was where we spent most of our time, since it was cooler than the rest of the house during the scorching summer heat. There was a ripped-up, old-fashioned sofa down there and a closet that held an old wheelchair. I had heard that a man had passed away in that wheelchair after suffering from some sort of leg disease. The closet door was always kept shut to keep Cameron from fiddling with it. But this night was different. One evening, with the heat unbearable upstairs, I decided to take Cameron downstairs to play with his toys in the basement, which was much cooler. Cameron, being the adorable little guy he was happily playing when, all of a sudden, he jerked his head up and stared straight ahead. I looked at him, puzzled, trying to figure out what he was staring at. His gaze was fixed on the closet where the wheelchair was stored, and to my surprise, the door was wide open. Cameron didn't look at me. He just pointed at the closet with his little finger. I know it sounds like something out of the Messengers movie, but I swear I hadn't seen that film before this happened. Cameron, there's the choo-choo train. I tried to distract him, hoping to snap him out of his trance. But he wouldn't take his eyes off the closet. In fact, his expression turned to a grimace, and he started gritting his little teeth as if he was ready to fight whatever he was seeing. At that point, I had enough. I scooped him up to take him back upstairs. But as I was turning, Cameron started growling. Low, deep growls. At the same time, I heard heavy breathing a few feet away from us. I froze, and then I just booked it upstairs as fast as I could. I was terrified for Cameron, so I immediately called my aunt, his mom. I told her that the closet door was open and that Cameron was growling at it. Surprisingly, she didn't dismiss it as ridiculous at all, even though I felt kind of silly explaining it. She said she was 2 blocks away and would be home in just a few seconds. I felt a bit of relief, but I was still shaken. Just as I was hanging up the phone, I heard a door slam downstairs, loud, sharp. It was only a few seconds after that my aunt and cousin walked in through the front door. I was still trying to make sense of the door slamming. Was I just being paranoid? Or had something strange really happened? I didn't want to go downstairs alone, so I asked my cousin to come with me. She agreed, and we went back down together. The first thing I noticed when we got downstairs was that the closet door was now shut. My cousin tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. She said it felt more solid than just a regular locked door, almost as if something was holding it from the inside. The lock on the closet was one of those old-fashioned ones you could easily pick with a bobby pin. Luckily, I had a couple in my hair. I handed one to my cousin, and it took her maybe 10 seconds to unlock the door. When we opened it, we immediately turned on the light. There was nothing inside, just the empty, old wheelchair sitting in the corner. No sign of anyone or anything. I can't explain what happened that night. Was it just my imagination, or did we encounter something supernatural? Whatever it was, I've never been able to forget it. Every time I think about that growl, the heavy breathing, and Cameron's reaction, I can't help but wonder. What was in that closet? I was born in 1970. My parents, now divorced for 22 years, bought a newly constructed home in a suburb of Salt Lake City. I was only 1 when we moved from the house we were renting in the neighborhood to this new place. It was my parents' first home since getting married, and they were excited to settle in. I was the third of 6 kids. 3 of my siblings had yet to be born. I had 2 older brothers, ages 5 and 6. My parents wanted more kids, but spaced them out. Before each pregnancy, even before she knew she was pregnant, my mom would hear a baby crying in the back room. Sure enough, she'd find out she was pregnant shortly afterward. When I was about 4 years old, I began having extreme nightmares about witches and things coming to life in the house. My mom would have to sit with me until I fell asleep. By then, my little sister and baby brother had been born. I remember hearing that my mom had my baby brother by then, only 13 months apart from me. Definitely close spacing. She was pregnant with my little sister at the time. It was during these years, ages 4 to 9, that I started seeing strange things in the house. I'd see fiery faces in the windows, howling sounds that didn't sound like any dogs I knew, and faces peering out of the ceiling when I was in bed. But the most frightening experience was when I had to sleep with my parents because I couldn't sleep on my own. I would feel the bed shake and see the faces in the ceiling, but couldn't wake my parents up, no matter how hard I tried. My parents never felt the bed shake, nor did they ever claim to see or hear anything strange. Aside from the baby cries, and another small occurrence I'll mention later, the strange occurrences seemed to calm down around the age of 9. But what replaced it was even more unnerving. I began seeing a man in the house, always completely dressed in black with a black hood. I never saw his face, but he would appear everywhere I was. He'd stand in the corner, sit in a chair, or be in a doorway or hallway. He never harmed me, but he never looked away either. He just stared at me all the time. I decided to tell my mom and dad about him. They were concerned, given my history with strange experiences and the baby cries, plus a bizarre incident where my dad's father visited him in his room several days after he passed away. This prompted my parents to call in some religious authorities from town. They didn't call it an exorcism, though. It was just a group of people who came in to pray for the light of Jesus and to help remove the man in black. In hindsight, I now realize that what they did was essentially an exorcism. After that, the man in black never returned, and I never saw him again. Years passed, and I grew up. When I was 38, I decided to share my story with my younger sister, who was 34 at the time. When I told her, she was dumbfounded. She confessed that she had seen the man in black as a child too, but she didn't feel fear from him, unlike me. She also saw him after I stopped seeing him, which I found incredibly eerie. Now, as an adult, with 3 children of my own, I still think about the strange events that shaped my childhood. But what's more unsettling is what's happened to my oldest daughter, who is now 16. She sees auras, and she's often able to see people who are no longer physically present. She sees children in her room that disappear when she tries to approach them, and people who come out of walls or doors and then vanish. When she was younger, she had a dream in 1996, just before my older brother passed away unexpectedly. In the dream, she saw 3 figures floating about 2 to 3 feet off the ground. 2 of them were wearing white gowns, and my brother was dressed in the same clothes he had worn the last time he visited. A few weeks before he died, he came to visit my daughters, took them on a walk, played with them, and even read them stories, something he'd never done before. We believe, subconsciously or spiritually, he knew he was about to pass and came to say goodbye. In the dream, my daughter said that the 2 figures in the white gowns had no faces. When I asked her why, she said, because that one, pointing, is God, and that one, pointing again, is Jesus, and I'm not supposed to see their faces. My brother was smiling in the dream. We were not religious at the time, and I had stopped attending church after my oldest child was born. It wasn't until 1999 that I joined another faith. Now, my daughter still sees lights around people. As a child, she would often wave her hands or feet, and the light would follow. As she's gotten older, her ability to see auras seems to be diminishing, and she can only see them now when she's tired or concentrating hard. A particularly strange incident occurred when my last baby was born. My daughter came up to me and said that my baby's light was white. At the time, my baby was very sick, and I was curious to see what the color white meant in relation to auras. After looking it up online, I found that white is associated with sickness or illness. I'm not sure if that's true, as I've never studied auras in depth, but the coincidence was unnerving. It seems that my family has always had a connection to the weird. My daughter's ability to see things I can't is a gift, though it's also something I worry about. But all of us seem to be connected to something beyond what most people experience. I'm still not sure what the man in black was, or what's behind all the paranormal experiences in our lives, but I know that something exists out there, watching over us and occasionally making its presence known. My sister lives in West Valley City, Utah. When she first moved there, she and her family stayed in her in-laws' basement apartment, a 2-bedroom space. At the time, I lived in Layton, Utah, and would sometimes stay the weekend with her. One day, while I was staying at her place, her daughter Noelle, who was almost 2 at the time, kept standing at the bottom of the stairs, waving at something. I asked my sister what Noelle was doing, so I went to check on her. I looked up the stairs and saw nothing at the top. My sister suggested I go upstairs to get a game from her in-laws' closet, as all the games were stored there. I felt uneasy about going upstairs. It always felt strange wandering around her in-laws' house, especially when they weren't home. I told her I didn't want to go up there while they were gone. Julie looked at the clock and said her in-laws had left for work, so I should go ahead and grab the game. As I stood at the bottom of the stairs, I started hearing heavy footsteps from upstairs. I asked my sister, "Are they home?" She reassured me to just go upstairs and get the game, but the footsteps didn't stop. I asked her again if they had left, and she confirmed they had. I was starting to feel really uncomfortable. Despite my unease, I went upstairs to get the game. Nothing unusual happened while I was there, but I grabbed it quickly and went back downstairs, feeling shaken. Another strange incident occurred when my mom was visiting. She was staying at Julie's house while we waited for Julie to give birth to her second child. One night, my mom woke up and saw a man in overalls leaving Julie's room and walking into Noelle's room. The man didn't come out of Noelle's room. My mom, still half asleep, asked Leon, Julie's husband, if he had gone into Noelle's room that night. He said he hadn't. The next night, my mom saw the same man walk toward the bathroom and then disappear. Julie believed my mom, but Leon thought we were all imagining things. The footsteps seemed to be a regular occurrence throughout the day. The next time I stayed at Julie's, it was Christmas time, and they had just bought the house from her in-laws. My younger sister, Tavi, and her husband had moved into the basement apartment. Julie had already given birth to her second child by then. We were all upstairs in the living room, goofing around and singing to the Jackson 5 Christmas album. Julie's baby, Caitlin, started getting fussy, so Julie suggested we all go downstairs so Leon could put Caitlin down for a nap. Tavi's stepsister-in-law, Sindel, who was 14, and I stayed upstairs talking. We heard Leon talking to Caitlin, telling her a story or trying to get her to sleep. I suggested we go downstairs, since we could hear Leon was trying to get Caitlin to sleep. When we got downstairs, we were shocked. Leon was already downstairs with the rest of the family. We asked him why he was down here when we clearly heard him upstairs with Caitlin. Leon was confused and said he hadn't been upstairs at all. We would have seen him if he had gone up. The hallway was right off the living room, and there was no way to get to the bedrooms without being seen. That was the last time I stayed the night at Julie's house, though it wasn't the last time I visited. On Thanksgiving, the following year, Julie's in-laws were visiting. As they were standing at the door, seeing the guests off, Leon was holding Noelle when she started waving at the picture on the wall. It turned out to be a picture of Leon's grandfather, who had passed away in that same house many years ago. This confirmed for us who had been roaming around the house. A year or so later, after Tavi moved out, my dad and his wife moved into the house. My dad, being a painter, would often take breaks while painting. When he'd come back to check on his work, he'd find that someone had touched up his painting. For example, he'd paint a few flowers, but when he came back, they would be fully painted even though he hadn't finished them. My dad, the brave soul, said, "Look, these are my paintings. I'd appreciate it if you didn't touch them. Thank you." After that, no more of his work was altered. But my stepmother, Sue, would experience something even more bizarre. She did a lot of sewing, and when she finished a project, she'd leave it hanging on the back of a chair. After leaving the room, she would come back to find that her work had been undone. This happened for several months, and finally my dad confronted the spirit and asked it to leave her stuff alone. After that, it stopped. Julie still lives in that same house, and they continue to have strange experiences. She recently told me that they caught an EVP on her cell phone. They were just horsing around asking questions, and a yes was clearly heard in response to one of them. I tried to get them to send me the recording, but my sister isn't very tech-savvy with her phone. I've always had a hard time with the paranormal. It's not that I don't believe in it. I've always been somewhat sensitive, but it scares me. I know it probably shouldn't, but I can't help it. I'm fascinated by the paranormal, but when it comes to facing it head on, I tend to retreat. I don't feel like I should seek it out. I'd rather leave whatever spirits exist in peace. If they want to communicate, that's one thing, but I'm not going to go hunting them down. Maybe I could use some advice on how to control my fear and nerves and resist the urge to run away. But anyway, here's my story. I know for a fact that my home is occupied by a spirit. Ever since I can remember, I've felt an anxious, uneasy sensation in my basement. I've always felt like someone was watching me, and I've always looked behind me when going up the stairs. Even after 10+ years of living here, I still do it. Almost every night. I can hear footsteps in the kitchen upstairs, but that's usually where it ends. About 6 years ago, I was sitting at the kitchen table when I heard our very loud, squeaky screen door open and shut. I looked over, but no one was there. I figured it was my imagination, so I went back to what I was doing. A few moments later, I heard something that stopped me cold. Heavy breathing, right in my right ear. The best way I can describe it is almost asthmatic. I can still hear it in my head, and I don't like it. I looked around, didn't see anything, got scared, and quickly ran into another room. A few days went by with nothing unusual. But then, I was in the kitchen again when I heard the same heavy breathing in the corner of the room. I looked around, saw nothing, and had the same reaction as before. I ran into another room, but the breathing continued. It wasn't long before the breathing became a nightly occurrence, and I began hearing it exclusively in my bedroom, coming from the far corner opposite my bed. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but even when I stopped breathing to test it, the breathing would continue. I'd cover myself with the blankets, trying to block it out and fall asleep. One night, as I lay there with the covers over my head, the breathing continued. Suddenly, I felt the bed dip, as if someone were sitting near my feet. I was paralyzed with fear. I didn't know what to do. After a while, the bed rose as if the being had stood up and left the room. From there, things escalated. Electronics began acting up. TVs changing channels, alarm clocks going off at random, radios turning on full blast for no reason. I started seeing things. One evening, I was in the basement doing laundry when, out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone walk down the hallway. I turned to look and saw a leg, as if someone was walking away, disappear behind the doorway. I looked around, but there was no one there, and no one went up the stairs. Then my sister mentioned that she saw the top of someone's head disappear into my bedroom from the corner of her eye. She thought it was me, but I was down the hall in another room. The breathing in my room continued for weeks. I began to avoid sleeping in my room and would often sleep on the couch. But one night, around 1 a.m., I was up watching TV with all the lights on. I had this belief that nothing could get you in the light. Silly, right? My dad worked graveyard shifts, so it was just me and my sister at home, but she was asleep. I was sitting there when someone walked into the doorway. I looked over, thinking it was my sister, but what I saw will forever be burned into my memory. It was a very tall figure, dressed entirely in white. The person had shoulder-length, wavy brown hair. There were no gender features, just a solid white body with arms and legs. The hands and fingers stood out, and the face was completely hollow, just 2 huge black holes where the eyes should have been. No nose, no mouth. I was frozen, like a deer in headlights. The figure just stood there staring at me. It felt like minutes, but eventually it slowly turned and walked toward my bedroom. I was so terrified I couldn't move, and I didn't sleep at all that night. I spent the rest of the night convinced that it would come back, but it never did. The next few days went by without anything strange happening, and I thought maybe it was over. But then the breathing started again, this time in the kitchen. At this point, I'd had enough. I told whatever it was that I was tired of being scared and that I wanted it to leave. A few minutes later, I heard the screen door open and shut again, and from that moment on, I never heard the breathing again. But the uneasy feeling in the basement and the occasional footsteps in the kitchen still remain. All of this happened over the course of about 6 months. To this day, whenever I see a movie with disembodied breathing or hear EVPs with breathing on paranormal shows, I get flashbacks and freak out. I don't believe the entity was malevolent. but it still scared the bejesus out of me, and the thought that it could come back still terrifies me. It's odd to me that all this began and ended with the door opening and closing. I didn't hear it physically open, but I always heard it. Is there such a thing as a traveling spirit? I like to think of it as my traveling ghost, but I really don't want it to come back. My wife and I have never been quick to jump to conclusions. We've always been skeptical about the paranormal, believing it was the sort of thing that happened to other people, not us. As a result, we never gave it much validity. Before we share our story, it's important to note that we were newlyweds when this happened. We got married on August 7th, 2010, and moved into a basement apartment in American Fork, Utah. The house was quite old, over 100 years old. I had been staying there before we were married, and I didn't have any issues with it. It felt comfortable and peaceful. About a week before the wedding, my wife moved all her things into the apartment, getting ready for the wedding and our new life together. That's when things started to change. She was alone in the house, getting everything organized when she called me a few times. She explained that every time she looked away from her jewelry box, when she'd look back, the doors would be open and the jewelry would be splayed out as if someone had been going through it. I reassured her that it was probably because the jewelry box wasn't balanced, and promised I would fix it when I got home. That night, after my wife moved in, the house didn't feel the same. It no longer had that peaceful, comforting atmosphere. I didn't think much about it at first, brushing it off as nothing. But over the next few days, I started hearing odd noises, things that I couldn't explain. I kept telling myself it was just an old house creaking and settling, but it became more unsettling. I didn't like being there alone anymore, so I started avoiding staying by myself. The thing that really freaked me out, though, was when a glass sitting in the middle of the table suddenly fell to the floor for no reason. That was the tipping point for me. Finally, the day of our wedding arrived and we went on our honeymoon. When we returned, everything seemed normal at first, and we were excited to start our new life. To maintain privacy, we put up blankets as curtains to block the streetlights. About 2 weeks into our marriage, we were both sitting in the living room when we saw something strange. A little red orb hovered above us for a moment before disappearing into the wall to our left. We thought it might be a taillight coming through the window, but 2 days later, it happened again. This time, we checked the windows, and no lights could be coming in. The red orb became a nightly occurrence for the next week. We joked about it, calling it the Red Man, to make light of the fear and uncertainty we felt. Around a month after our wedding, my wife woke up one night feeling disoriented, as though she were still in a dream. She woke me up and asked if I saw the man at the end of our bed. I was startled and looked up to see a man standing there, wearing a business shirt and Docker-style pants. His hair was dark, but I never saw his face. Everything else about him was clearly visible, and he was about 6 feet tall. We didn't feel any immediate fear, though I was certainly shocked. My wife, still convinced she was dreaming, went back to sleep. In the morning, when I explained that it wasn't a dream, my wife was concerned, as anyone would be. After the sighting of the man, the strange occurrences stopped for a while. We kept all the doors locked at night, including the bedroom door. The house was old, and the doors were noisy when opened, so we knew we'd hear anyone entering. Still feeling uneasy, my wife suggested we contact one of her former coworkers who founded the Utah Valley Paranormal Society. Although we were skeptical of what he did, he was the only person we could think of to turn to. A week later, he came over at 9 p.m. with voice recorders, a night vision camera, and an EMF reader. The EMF reader went crazy whenever it was near my wife, and when we checked the temperature, it was noticeably colder. We asked questions and got responses. The lights would flicker once for yes, and 2 or more times for no. We asked if the spirit liked me, and the answer was a quick no. I thought it might be because I hold the priesthood, and I told the spirit I could make it leave. After that, the answers began to change. We asked if it was a child, and the answer was yes. We then asked if it was my wife's great-grandfather, and it said yes. Finally, it said it was a little girl. At one point, the founder of the society had to leave the room because he suddenly felt nauseous. After leaving the room, he felt better. After 4 hours of research, pictures, and data collection, they left. The following week, we got a phone call from the founder. He told us he had something for us, and we figured he was just making it up. But when we went to his home, he played us some EVP recordings. Some of them clearly sounded like responses to my wife's questions. Then, he showed us a picture that will haunt me forever. It was a black figure trapped inside the jewelry box, its reflection visible on the wall as it looked back at itself. We planned to try to post the picture. I blessed the house several times, trying to rid it of whatever was there. My wife believed it was evil, and after seeing that picture, I think I agree. Each attempt to remove it failed, and my wife grew more frustrated. In her frustration, she called her father to vent about the situation. That's when he said something that startled her. "Do you still have the ring from my first marriage?" When she confirmed that she did, he told her to get rid of it immediately. He assured us that once the ring was removed, everything would stop. He refused to explain any further. We followed his advice, and after removing the ring, the activity stopped. But to be sure, we tested it by bringing the ring back into the house, and the strange occurrences resumed. Determined to keep the house safe, we sealed the ring in an envelope and sent it to her father in Idaho. It all started in the summer of 2005, when my boyfriend's sister, Jen, moved from Ogden to a small trailer park in Centerville, Utah. Her boyfriend at the time would visit her 3 times a week, and on the nights he stayed over, he swore he'd see a face in the window at night. Jen would tell us about it, but we just laughed it off, thinking he was imagining things. Then, my boyfriend, her brother, moved in with her, and I started hanging out at her place almost every night. She and her boyfriend would watch nothing but scary movies. One morning, Jen called me and asked if I could come over to hang out for the whole day. When I arrived, she told me she'd heard something going through her things while she was in the bathroom. So we stood in the living room in silence, listening. Sure enough, we both heard the sound of papers rustling. We rushed to the back bedroom to find that nothing had been moved. I suggested we just go out for the day and forget about it. After that, she kept hearing it happen every day. A year later, Jen was dating a new guy, and they both loved scary movies. He moved in, and it was the same routine, nothing but horror films. One night, in particular, on August 12, 2006, we all went to bed. Jen fell asleep on the couch, and my boyfriend and I went to the front bedroom. At 3 a.m., I was suddenly woken up by Jen shaking me. I got up and went into the living room, where she told me she had woken up to find a dead man lying on top of her, staring at her. She said she couldn't move, and when she blinked twice, he was gone. After that, Jen moved out. I don't blame her. When I stayed at the apartment during the day, I would sometimes see out of the corner of my eye a head pop out from the back room and look at me. I ignored it, thinking I was just imagining things. I would also hear the sound of papers rustling in that room. But every time I went to check, nothing was out of place. One night, I had to work late. My boyfriend was home waiting for me to come and get him. It was 10 p.m., and he was lying on the couch taking a quick nap when he heard a loud bang from the hallway. He got up to check, but couldn't see anything, so he sat back down. Then, the banging grew louder and faster. The noise seemed to come up the hallway, and as it did, the lights in the hallway flickered off, followed by the kitchen lights, then the living room lights. In a panic, my boyfriend ran toward the door, but just as he reached it, he felt a breath on his neck. About a year after that, on March 15, 2007, we returned home from celebrating our engagement with friends. It was 12:35 a.m. when we finally crashed into bed. Only 10 minutes had passed, and we were almost asleep when bam! We both jumped and looked at each other. Something had hit the bedroom wall from the other side, which was the living room. We sat still, staring at the doorway into the pitch-black living room, thinking someone might have broken in. Then, something black ran past our door, and we heard nothing. We quickly got up, turned on the light, and shut the door. We slept with the light on the rest of the night. A lot of people might think we should have left, but when you're that scared, You don't know what to do. Whenever I took showers, I would see it out of the corner of my eye, watching me. Just thinking about it now makes me shiver. When we slept, we could feel it watching us. When it got mad at us for ignoring it, it would pick on me. It would grab my foot, wiggling it or shaking it around. I would just kick and yell at it to stop. We got so fed up with being attacked by it that we asked our friend to come and bless the house. And thankfully, after the blessing, we didn't experience anything like that again. About 3 nights ago, I went to see The Woman in Black with my dad. It was an okay movie, 3.5 stars. We finished around 1:11 a.m. and got home. My dad went to sleep in the basement, and I went to sleep in my mom's bed. I'm currently battling lymphoma, and my mom has to give me shots in my leg late at night, so I sleep with her. We all fell asleep pretty quickly. About half an hour later, my older brother woke up and came into my mom's room, complaining about body pains. He's an athlete and trains hard, so he had some aches that kept him from sleeping. I remember him waking up about 2 more times for the same reason. At around 3:30 or 4 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I was lying on my side, and I felt like I couldn't move, as though I was paralyzed. I could open my eyes and look around, but I couldn't speak, and all I could do was groan. After a few moments of trying to move, I managed to say, "Mom, Mom, I can't move. I feel like something is holding me down." It felt so real and terrifying. When I closed my eyes, I saw an image, a black and white baby, and standing by it was a figure dressed in complete black. I didn't recognize the person, but I knew I had seen him before in a dream. I couldn't remember when, but the memory of his face stuck with me, as if it was something I had seen countless times before. I started getting scared because I felt like I was losing sight of everything, and I could hardly talk. "Mom, I'm scared," I whispered. Her voice was comforting, but it didn't fully calm me. She reassured me, "It's okay. I'm right here." The next morning, I couldn't remember much of the night. It was all a blur. It was my sister's birthday, so we had family over, and I was talking with my aunt. Then, suddenly, everything I experienced the night before came rushing back to me. I told my aunt about it, and to my surprise, she said she had experienced something very similar when she was 7. She described the sensation of being held down in bed, feeling paralyzed. She also told me a story from her childhood about hearing the devil's laugh. I couldn't believe what she was saying, but she swore that when she heard it, she knew it was the devil's laugh. She said it was piercing, the most terrifying thing she'd ever heard. Since that night, I kept waking up around 2 a.m. every night, and I couldn't fall back asleep until around 7 a.m. Every time I woke up, I was drenched in sweat, not enough to need to change the sheets, but it was unsettling. One night, I was staying in my dad's apartment when I woke up to strange sounds. My sister woke up with me, and we were both laying in bed, listening to scratching and thumping noises coming from the other side of the wall. I was really freaked out. I'm not easily scared, but this was different. I was relieved when my older brother woke up. I didn't want to be alone with these weird noises. He started moving around in his bed, and then he sat up a bit. "Hamilton, are you awake?" "Ah, I'm pretty freaked out. I keep hearing these noises on the other side of the wall," I said. There was no reply. "Are you awake, Hamilton?" Then he said something strange. "Vivian, Par," he mumbled, the words unclear. He repeated it a couple of times, and it started to sound eerie. "Vivian, remember, please." It was unsettling. I asked him, "What in the world are you talking about?" But he just laid back down and went back to sleep. The next morning, I asked him about what he said the night before, but he didn't remember anything. Of course, you might say he was just sleep-talking, but I've heard my family sleep-talk before, and this was different. My family members sleep-talk and even sleepwalk all the time, but this felt like something else, something intentional, like he was trying to communicate. It all started with my husband's grandparents' house. His grandpa built it for his grandma over 60 years ago. The house was originally a small 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home, with the whole basement serving as the original master bedroom. Grandpa was able to buy the land for cheap because it was family-owned. Over time, he kept building, eventually expanding it to 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. However, he never fully finished the house, so some areas were left incomplete. For example, the individual heater controls for each room don't work, meaning if you're cold, you have to go all the way down to the basement to flip a switch. The house was a one-of-a-kind place, but due to its age and the unfinished construction, there were leaks and windows that needed resealing, resulting in mold and an abundance of spiders. My husband and I lived with Grandma twice. The first time was before we moved into our apartment in Orem, UT, which I wrote about in Nightmarish Year. The second time was after we lost our jobs in Orem and couldn't afford another apartment. Grandma's house always had a strange vibe. When you're downstairs in the main part of the house, you can hear footsteps walking through the upstairs rooms. Sometimes it's soft, almost unnoticeable. Other times, it's heavy stomping. Upstairs, there are 2 bedrooms that connect, and the only way to get to the second bedroom is by walking through the master bedroom. In the second bedroom, it always felt like someone was standing in the doorway, watching you. I would often find myself glancing into that room, unable to shake the feeling of being observed. While we were living there, we started cat-sitting for my husband's uncle. I would sometimes find the cat sitting in the second bedroom, staring at the closet. Occasionally, she would jump into the air, batting at something invisible. When I checked the room, there were no bugs or anything that would explain her behavior. It was as if she was playing with something only she could see. One night, my husband had spent the night at a friend's house for an all-night gaming session. I decided to stay in, watch movies, and eat junk food. At some point, I passed out. I had a nightmare, but I couldn't remember the details. When I woke up, the cat was sitting on my chest, her face only 2 inches away from mine. It was incredibly unsettling, and I wondered if the spirit that resided in the second bedroom had ventured out, and the cat was just being protective. Sometimes I would see gray feet out of the corner of my eye. I'd only see the feet and ankles, nothing more. When I'd turn to look, it would vanish. In March 2010, my husband's grandpa passed away. We were preparing to move into another apartment, but we stayed with Grandma to help her out during this difficult time. One day, I was upstairs playing Sims on my computer when I heard 3 distinct knocks on the door. I was so absorbed in my game that I just yelled, "Come in." The door handle turned, and the door was gently pushed open. I sat there for a moment, confused. I went downstairs to ask Grandma if my husband's cousin, David, had come over. She said no one had visited. It's important to note that Grandma cannot walk up and down the stairs very well, so she avoids them when possible. I explained what happened, and she said it was probably Grandpa checking on us. She mentioned that the Christmas bells on the front door had been jingling all day, and she thought it was Grandpa because she had often told him how much she loved the sound of the bells. She also spoke about how, sometimes, after taking care of her father-in-law before he passed, she would catch a brief whiff of his cologne and feel a warmth surround her. She believed it was him checking in on her. While we were cleaning out the 2 upstairs bedrooms, mainly moving Grandma's things downstairs and throwing away items that were no longer needed, we found a Ouija board locked in a desk drawer. When we asked Grandma about it, she told us it belonged to my husband's uncle. We thought he probably wouldn't want it anymore, so we decided to throw it away, but my husband insisted on messing around with it first. I'm pretty sure it was my husband's doing, but the Ouija board spelled out Lucifer. He insists he didn't do it, but honestly, it felt like an obvious prank. Still, I couldn't completely brush off the odd coincidence. Looking back, I'm certain my husband's uncle had used the Ouija board in the house, and I suspect that he may have opened a door to something else, something that lingered around. After that, things got stranger. The weird activities, footsteps, strange noises, continued, but we began to believe that the presence wasn't harmful. It wasn't malevolent. It was more like a passive observer. Whatever it was, it didn't seem threatening, but we still didn't want to live with it any longer. So, after all of that, we decided to bless the house in an attempt to rid it of whatever was lingering there. Thankfully, after the blessing, the strange events stopped. But we still wonder if it was truly gone, or if it just moved on. It all started when I was 16, living with my dad and stepmom. My younger brother had moved out and was staying with my mom for a while, so I decided to take his room downstairs. Now, I've always had a strong aversion to basements, but I figured I'd give it a shot. My stepmom had the house built, and we'd only been living there for about a year when I moved in. The house was new, but the basement wasn't fully finished. There were 2 bedrooms in the back, one of which I took. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just a normal house. But as I started spending more time in the basement, I began feeling uneasy. Before I moved in, I'd often sit in the basement to do homework, and I'd always get this strange feeling of being watched. Sometimes it was just a little uncomfortable, but other times it really creeped me out. I brushed it off as just an old house with creaky floors, but it didn't sit right with me. When I finally moved my bed and dresser downstairs, my brother's old stereo and TV were left behind in the room. I didn't bother moving them that night. I just left them where they were. That night, I woke up around 2 a.m. to hear my brother's stereo clicking on and off, just the sound of the power button being pressed over and over with no music. I grabbed the remote and tried turning it off, but nothing happened. I got up, walked over to the stereo, and pressed the power button. Again, nothing. It kept clicking. I was so frustrated I just kicked the stereo, hoping it would stop, and eventually went back to sleep. After that, I started noticing random temperature changes in the room. One part of the room would be ice cold, and the other would be boiling hot. I didn't think much of it at first, but it started to happen regularly. I tried to ignore it, but it made me uneasy. For Christmas, my dad and stepmom got me a TV with a built-in DVD VHS combo. I was so excited. When I returned from visiting my mom, we hooked it up. That night, I was lying in bed, watching TV, when it suddenly shut off. I hadn't set a sleep timer, and I hadn't rolled over onto the remote. I thought it was a fluke, so I grabbed the remote and pressed the power button, but the TV didn't turn on. The remote had fresh batteries, so that didn't seem to be the issue. I got up, turned on the light, and pressed the power button directly on the TV. The TV turned on, but then it kept turning on and off, over and over again. I was so frustrated and confused. I went upstairs to tell my dad, and he suggested trying another outlet. So I plugged the TV into a different outlet, but the same thing happened. He suggested that there was probably a short in the TV and offered to take it back the next day. At this point, I was pretty fed up, so I decided to listen to music instead. When I turned on my stereo, it started changing discs randomly, playing one for a second before switching to the next. After that, I had a minor freakout. I unplugged everything and decided to sleep upstairs, away from all the weirdness. A few days later, my little brothers were off racing in Toul, and my parents were away with them, so I was home alone with my sister. My aunt had asked us to watch her dog, Sadie, because she couldn't have a dog where she lived. That night, I was watching TV when I heard Sadie suddenly jump up and start growling. The fur on her neck stood up, and she stared intently at something. She stayed there for a minute and then bolted to the basement door and started barking at it. I went over to see what she was barking at, but when I reached for the door, Sadie suddenly turned on me and started growling. I quickly grabbed the door, slammed it shut, and locked it. Sadie stood there, staring at the door, until my parents returned home. One night, my friends spent the night, and we were watching some cheesy B-movies and eating popcorn when I got a call. It was a friend of mine telling me that someone from school had died from an overdose. We were both a bit down after that, so we went to bed. Again, my parents were in Toul, so my sister and I made sure everything was locked up. Later that night, my brother went to bed. The basement door, which leads outside, was locked, but when my brother went downstairs, the door was wide open. I had locked it before we went to bed. My brother was as freaked out as I was. I don't know what opened that door, but I couldn't explain it. It all started when I was about 3 years old, after we moved into the house I grew up in, which was located in a rural area in Spanish Fork, Utah. I remember it clearly. My parents had bought a decent-sized house with 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 floors on about 1.5 acres of land. The first thing I noticed was that I started hearing people talking, like a conversation. At first, I thought it was my parents talking loudly, so I'd go to check on them, wanting to join in. But every time I looked, they were fast asleep. I used to think they were just keeping secrets from me, and it made me angry. I'd hear it again, and each time I'd get more frustrated. My little brother was only 3 years younger than me, so I figured it had to be my parents. Then, one night, everything changed. I woke up to someone opening my door, and immediately I knew it wasn't my parents. A dark mass or figure entered my room. It felt dangerous, and I could sense its bad intentions. It went straight to my brother's crib. I should have screamed, but I didn't. For some reason, I just got out of bed and said in my 4-year-old language, "Don't hurt him. Hurt me." And that was the last thing I remember from that night. Looking back, I think it makes sense why these things focused on me. I had no idea I was inviting them in, but I always felt it was my job to protect my little brother. After that night, things only got worse. Almost every night, I was visited by some kind of figure. Sometimes there would be many of them. They would walk around my room, try to pull me out of bed, growl, hiss, and sometimes say my name. I would feel scratches and get thrown against the wall. After a few blessings from my father, I learned that praying in bed would protect me. My bed became my safety zone. There were times when I would grab my doll, which I also felt protected by, and if things got too intense, I'd try to run to my parents' room, but they'd block my path. They'd appear as children, asking me to come play, or, the scariest, as my parents. One time I woke up to see my dad in my room, holding his hand out to me. But he wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead. I was about to get out of bed to take his hand when something stopped me. A thought flashed in my mind. "No, don't do it." I froze in fear as he smiled, and then he began to melt into something dark and black. I quickly got back into bed. After that, when the sun went down, I began to feel uneasy around my parents. I wasn't sure if it was really them. The figure I was most afraid of was the man. He had a deep voice, and he always hid in the shadows. He would talk to me, telling me to hurt my family or myself. I would pray when he did this, which made him angry. I only saw what I think was his true form once. One day I was playing hide and seek with my cousins. As the oldest, I was the best at hiding. There was a bridge behind our house over a river, and I often hide there. That day, when I was hiding under the bridge, I started to hear the man's voice again. He told me, "Jump." At first, I thought he meant to jump into the water, and I could see myself laughing as I fell, but I knew the river's current was dangerous that year, and my parents had warned us not to wade in it. I said, "No, I don't want to." Then I heard, "Do it. It's fun. Do it now. Do it." The last "do it" was screamed at me. I turned around, and to my horror, I saw the figure of the man. He was cloaked in light brown with a staff in his hand. His eyes stood out the most. One was electric yellow with a red tinge, and the other was bright green with the bottom half dark. He came closer, shouting, "Jump now, bitch!" I was so terrified that I got onto the bridge, hearing him laugh behind me. But just as I was about to jump, I heard a siren coming down the road. A cop drove by and stopped when he saw me. He told me I shouldn't be playing on the bridge and suggested I go home. I'm certain that if it weren't for that officer, I wouldn't be here writing this today. Over the years, my family didn't really talk much about paranormal experiences, but some of them definitely sensed things. My mom went through a deep depression, and my sister sometimes had random fits of rage, things that children shouldn't experience. My parents are very religious, and when I told them about the things I saw and heard at first, they thought it was just my imagination. But when things started getting darker, and I told my mom I wasn't sure if it was really them or not, she decided to send me to a psychiatric ward at age 14. I don't blame her. I was a child who was trying to harm myself and didn't want to live. Any parent would want to help their kid in that situation. When I was in the ward, my mom went to clean my room and said she felt a darkness there. She later admitted that maybe I wasn't as crazy as she thought. We talked about it years later, and she understood more. When I was released from the hospital, I was diagnosed with depression, but I hoped that everything would stop. It didn't, and I didn't want to go back to the hospital, so I kept it to myself. But at night, even as a teenager, I'd sleep in my parents' room because the experiences would get too intense again. Finally, before my senior year of high school, my parents decided to move. You'd think I'd be happy to leave that house behind, but oddly, I wasn't. I was angry at them for making me leave. During the packing process, I felt drained. I spent hours sitting in my closet, almost like I had no energy. I kept dreaming of burning the orchard down or hurting my family so we wouldn't have to move. After we moved, things started to improve. No more nightly visits. It felt like the negative energy was gone, and I finally felt safe. The house had a good, positive atmosphere. I began to get out of my funk, and I realized how much better life could be without those things haunting me. Looking back, I still don't know why the house was so intense or why these things happened to me. But I know that I still have experiences. People have told me I'm a sensitive or even a medium, but I'm scared to open myself up again. I feel like I'm marked in some way. And though I don't want to invite anything back, I feel like it's always there, lingering. About a month ago, I got in touch with an old friend who's into the paranormal. She's an investigator, and she's one of the few who's heard my story. We decided to go investigate the old house. I don't know why I felt the need to do this. Maybe for validation, or to finally put it behind me. We didn't go into the house since it's still occupied, but we did go into the backyard. After a night of personal and documented experiences, she said to me, "How the hell did you survive here?" Ever since that night, things have been creeping back into my life. I know it's from the old house, and I'm worried they're trying to return. I'm not one to be easily scared, but I'm concerned about what's coming. Someone even told me I have a demon attached to me. I'm not sure if that's true, but if it is, I don't know where to turn. Telling people got me sent to a psych ward before, and now, as an adult, I feel like my imagination can't be used as an excuse. There was one sweet little lady in the nursing home who was completely out of her mind. She wandered around the locked unit, muttering to herself about all sorts of odd things. Despite her confusion, she was always very pleasant, happily living in her own little world, a victim of advanced Alzheimer's disease. One evening, she came to me with a small puzzle box from the day room. She handed it to me, looked me straight in the eyes, and said, "Give this to the little boy when you see him next." I smiled and assured her that I would. Satisfied, she wandered off, and I set the box down on a table before going to help another resident. My coworker, another nursing assistant, asked me what the lady wanted, and I told her she asked me to give the box to the little boy. The girl's eyes widened, and she quickly looked away. "What?" I asked, confused by her reaction. She hesitated before answering. "Every time she talks about the little boy, someone dies within 2 weeks, and it usually happens just out of the blue." I chuckled nervously, thinking she was joking. "Really? Every time?" "Every time," she confirmed. "Last time it was old Bill. He was perfectly healthy. But once she started talking about the little boy, he started going downhill. A couple of days later, he passed away. Then 2 others went after him. They always go in 3s. Once they're gone, we'll ask her about the little boy, and she won't even remember mentioning him." I stared at her in disbelief, then glanced at the old woman, who was now talking to a wall about knitting. The next day, I walked the woman back to her room. She asked me if I'd seen the little boy yet, and when I said no, she became visibly frustrated. For the first time since I started working there, she insisted, "Why haven't you seen him yet?" Now the thing with this woman was that her memory was shot, and she couldn't hold on to one thought for long. But every time the subject of the little boy came up, she would hound it relentlessly. I told her I'd go look for him once I helped her back to her room, but after that day, I didn't work much upstairs. Within 2 weeks, we lost our first resident. A week later, we lost 2 more. Other residents began talking about seeing little children around the facility. Some would report seeing a little girl lying on the couch in their room or sitting at the foot of their bed, just staring at them. The residents who spoke of these children would often show signs of rapidly worsening dementia. When the little boy was mentioned, it was usually followed by the deaths of male residents. Occasionally, a little girl would appear, and the deaths would mostly be female. It wasn't a perfect pattern, but it was consistent. Sometimes, people would just pass away unexpectedly, without any sign of the children. But every time the little old lady talked about the little boy, Other residents with dementia would start talking about him too, and within 2 weeks, someone would pass. Or 3. None of the staff ever saw the little children, but the pattern was undeniable. Whenever the old woman upstairs mentioned the little boy, other patients would speak of him too, and within days, we'd lose someone. Or, more often, 3. I don't know why they always seemed to go in 3s, but the little children were always present when it happened. In the mid-1990s, my husband and I had a commuter marriage, living about 200 miles apart while he attended university and I started my career. I lived alone in a small cabin in a rural part of Spanish Fork, Utah. The cabin was cozy, with 4 rooms divided by pony walls, about the height of a kitchen counter, creating a kitchen, sitting area, and bedroom, all of which were open to each other. The bathroom, of course, was fully enclosed. Sunshine poured through the windows, casting a warm, golden glow on the wooden walls. It was a lovely, peaceful place. During this time, my grandma passed away from age-related causes, and 6 months later, my dad died from cancer. One night, after his passing, I was lying in bed, grieving. I lay on my back with my arm flung out over the edge of the bed when I felt a cool finger brush down the inside of my arm, above my wrist. My eyes immediately snapped open, but the room was dark, and I didn't see anything. However, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. I knew it was my dad, and his touch brought me comfort. After a few sniffles, I rolled over and went back to sleep. A few months later, I came home from work one evening and immediately noticed something strange. As I stepped through the front door, my eyes were drawn to a little knick-knack shelf in the kitchen, which was on the other side of the cabin. It wasn't a place I usually focused on, but something about it caught my attention. I crossed the room to investigate. The shelf was filled with various trinkets, many of which had come from my grandma's house. Among them was a pair of ceramic deer that had been in my dad's childhood home. The doe sat on her haunches with her front legs splayed, eyes closed, and muzzle lifted as though waiting for a kiss. The buck stood on all 4 legs, his neck stretched and head lowered toward her, his own muzzle just a little too far away for the two to meet. It always bothered me that the two were never positioned just right. They were meant to be placed so that the buck could kiss the doe, but there was always a gap. But this time, something was different. As I approached the shelf, I noticed that the buck was positioned differently. He was tipped up, balanced on his front legs with his muzzle touching the doe's. I hadn't moved the deer, and I certainly hadn't positioned them this way. I felt a strange sense of reassurance, as though this was a message from my dad. It felt like he was telling me everything was going to be okay. About 18 months after my dad's passing, my husband and I had a child, but we continued to live apart during the week. One night, when our daughter was 4 or 5, I was relaxing in my easy chair, reading a magazine, while she slept in our shared bed in the bedroom behind me. Our big Airedale dog was lying by my side, dozing peacefully. Suddenly, the floor creaked sharply from the passage between the kitchen and the sitting area. I didn't think much of it at first, but then I heard it again, this time several feet closer to my chair and the bedroom behind me. Both the dog and I jerked our heads around to see what it was. The third creak came directly behind me, at the entrance to the bedroom. The dog's head turned, following something invisible, but he didn't growl or bark, just watched intently. I quickly turned in my chair to look behind me, but saw nothing. The dog, still staring into the bedroom, laid his head back down and resumed his nap. I went back to reading, though I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just happened. I'd never heard the floor creak like that before, and I never heard it again after that night. Maybe it was nothing, but I like to think it was my dad, stopping by to see his granddaughter. I always felt secure in that little cabin, but eventually, things changed. My husband, daughter, and I were finally able to live together as a family in a new city. Since the move, I haven't experienced anything like I did in the cabin, though there have been a few strange occurrences in the new house. But I like to think that my dad was watching over us, making sure his girls were okay until we could be a family again. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, my parents divorced and my mom moved into the house where we still live. After the divorce, my mom started renting out the basement to different people to help with the financial burden. I didn't notice anything strange at first, but as time went on, things started to happen. The first person to rent the basement was Bianca, my mom's longtime friend. Bianca had a lot of unusual experiences in the house. She would often wake up in the middle of the night feeling cold, and the curtains would be blowing even though the window was closed. She would try to close the window, only to find it wasn't even open. One night, my mom woke up to see a figure standing in her doorway. She called out to Bianca, thinking it was her, but the figure quickly ran down the hallway toward the kitchen. My mom got up to check, but found nothing. There were no sounds, no footsteps, just silence. She asked Bianca about it the next day, and Bianca said she hadn't been upstairs at all that night. After Bianca moved out, a family rented the basement. It was a man, his wife, and their young son, who was about 5 or 6. I spent a lot of time in the basement, usually on the computer, and sometimes I would see the little boy walk from the back bedroom into the laundry room when no one was home. The man also had some unsettling experiences. He told my mom that he had woken up in the middle of the night with the same strange coldness and blowing curtains that Bianca had noticed. He also experienced sleep paralysis several times, feeling like something was holding him down. At first I thought it was just sleep paralysis, but after hearing his story, I couldn't dismiss it. The next tenants were 2 brothers in their late 20s. They never mentioned anything unusual happening, but other strange occurrences continued. One night, my dad was visiting, and we were sitting in the living room together. The kitchen, which was right behind us, was separated by a wall. Suddenly, we heard a glass shatter in the kitchen. We ran in to find a small glass in the middle of the floor, perfectly intact. The glass had somehow been lifted from the dishwasher and dropped in the center of the room. The top shelf of the dishwasher was still pulled out, as if someone had just put something inside. No one had been in the kitchen for at least 30 minutes, and there was no way the glass could have just fallen from the dishwasher on its own. It had to have been moved. When I got a little older, my brother and I moved into the 2 bedrooms in the basement. By then, my mom had remarried, and we were all living together again. The strange occurrences in the basement became more frequent. The hallway and bathroom lights would flicker on and off for no reason, and I often heard someone calling my name. One time, I was sitting on my bed, drawing, when I heard the sound of a dog's chain collar jingling in my room. I thought it was my dog, who also wore a collar. But when I looked around, I saw my dog looking through the window from the backyard. There was no one in the room with me. I also kept seeing the little boy from the previous family, walking from my brother's room to the laundry room, and I would often hear what sounded like someone sitting on the washing machine and kicking their feet into it. One afternoon, my friend came over after school. My mom was still at work, and we were hanging out in the basement living room, which is just outside my bedroom. We were sitting there when I started telling her about the strange things that had happened in the house. Suddenly, the light in the laundry room turned on, and we heard a series of loud bangs coming from the ceiling. The bangs started at the end of the hallway, near the laundry room door, and ended right above our heads. The ceiling was made of tiles, with a foot-high space between the ceiling and the floor above, so the noise was amplified. We both freaked out and ran out of the house. It was 1982, and I was spending the night at my paternal grandparents' home in Washington Terrace, Utah. They lived in a quaint Bonneville home, and I frequently stayed with them while my mom attended Weber State University and worked at Standard Optical after school. I loved being at my grandparents' house. It felt safe and comforting. It was a Saturday night, and my grandma and I had just turned on the TV. One of my favorite, though very scary, shows was on, Saturday Night Nightmares. It aired every Saturday night, and I had convinced my grandma to watch it with me. Around 10 p.m., my grandma grabbed my sleeping bag and a pillow so I could lay on the living room floor. She went to get us some drinks, and I settled down to watch the show. As I was getting into my sleeping bag, I suddenly had a strange feeling in my stomach, like something was urging me to look out the front room windows. These windows were large, almost like bay windows, with 4 of them across the front of the house. The TV was positioned next to one of them. I looked out the farthest window from where I was lying and froze. What I saw made my blood run cold. There, pressed up against the glass, was a white, misty, skeleton-like face. It was just a face, no body, and it hovered there, almost like it was trying to get closer to me. I could see it clearly, as though it was staring directly at me. I screamed for my grandma, and she rushed into the room, asking what was wrong. I told her to look at the window, the one I had seen the face in, to see if she could see it too. But when she looked, of course, she didn't see anything. I told her exactly what I had seen, the ghastly face that had been pressed against the window. She seemed concerned, but also tried to brush it off, thinking I had been watching too many scary shows. She suggested that Saturday night nightmares had gotten into my head and caused me to imagine things. But I knew what I saw. It wasn't just my imagination. At that time, I was also living with my mom and maternal grandparents on 27th Street in Ogden. During that period, I went through a strange 2-week psychic phase, which only made the experience feel even more unsettling. After seeing the face, I couldn't bring myself to stay near the window. I moved my sleeping bag and pillow as far away from the windows as I could, but I couldn't shake the image of that face. Grandma told me to calm down and stop looking at it, but I couldn't stop staring. It felt like I was trapped in the sight of it, even though I had moved out of its direct view. The face lingered in my mind, and I couldn't let it go. Grandma suggested we turn off the TV and go to bed, so we did. But I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining that the face would somehow make its way into the house, that it would find a way inside. Eventually, though, exhaustion overtook me, and I finally fell asleep, still terrified, but too tired to stay awake any longer. The first house was my great-grandparents' place in Orem. My mom was young when this happened, and she would often hear footsteps walking up and down the hallways, along with voices. Everyone in the house would hear these sounds, but no one ever paid them much attention. One day, my mom asked her grandma about it, and her grandma casually said, "It's just your great-grandpa." At that age, my mom didn't think much of it and simply accepted it. It wasn't until she was in her teens that the full meaning of what she'd heard clicked into place. She remembered a time when she and all her cousins were rushed to the neighbor's house while police and an ambulance came to the house. It turned out her great-grandpa had shot himself in the living room, maybe a year or 2 before that incident. The second house was my dad's side of the family's home. My dad's aunt, who was a teenager at the time, used to play with a Ouija board upstairs in the bedroom. After they moved out, my mom's uncle and his family moved in. The twin brothers slept in that very same bedroom, and they would always complain about hearing strange noises. Despite having the lights, radio, and TV turned off in the room, they would often find everything switched on when they were downstairs. They could also hear things moving and footsteps, even when no one was there. One night, my aunt had an unsettling feeling before bed. While sleeping, she woke up to find the bathroom light on. As she looked up, she saw what she described as a demon-like figure floating above her. My family, being Catholic, called a priest to bless the house. Soon after, they moved out. Over the years, many people came and went. But then, out of the blue, the house caught on fire with no explanation. Now, the third house is my own story. Ever since I was little, my mom would tell me that I always woke up at exactly 3 a.m. This continued into my adulthood, even before I moved into my own place. I can still clearly remember the dark figures I saw in my childhood. In the house my family lives in now, I often saw shadowy figures standing in the doorways. I would hear things falling off shelves in our storage room, and sometimes the water would turn off and on by itself. We have 2 dogs, and when they are inside at night or when I'm home alone, they'll suddenly run up to the top of the stairs, barking, growling, and whining. Our cat, who had kittens, was kept in the basement storage room next to my room so the dogs wouldn't bother her. But every time she went downstairs, she would be scared, scratching at the door to get out. When she did manage to go upstairs, she would throw a fit about going back down, leaving her kittens behind because she was too frightened. One night, I woke up to scratching at the foot of my bed. No animals were downstairs at the time, and as I looked around my room, I could see dark figures surrounding me. I was terrified and couldn't move. I was hysterical and called my mom on my cell phone, asking her to come get me. She thought I was crazy since she couldn't see anything. To try and make sense of what was happening, I did some research. My best friend, who had lived in the neighborhood her whole life, told me that she knew the woman who had lived in our house before us. She said the woman had died from a heart attack by our storage room. My cousin, who is very sensitive to these things, came over one day and told my mom about the woman and other spirits in the house. My mom had never said anything to her, but soon after, strange things started happening to her. For example, one day, the downstairs door opened by itself right in front of her. One night, my mom and I were lying in her room. I can't sleep with doors open because of all the figures I've seen throughout my life, so I made sure to close all the doors in her room before going to sleep. Around 3 a.m., we were suddenly woken up by the sound of a pill bottle being thrown at the wall and all the doors opening at once. In the summer of 2005, I had just graduated from college and started my full-time career. Since I couldn't afford rent on my own, some mutual friends suggested I share an apartment with a girl my age. I agreed, and the arrangement was set up. I didn't meet her until the day we both moved in. Let's just call her S. The best way to describe S was as a whirlwind of drama. The more people she could drag into her chaotic life, the happier she seemed. I did my best to stay out of her way. For the first few weeks, work and a boyfriend kept me busy, but I soon began noticing a strange feeling whenever I was alone in the apartment. It felt like someone was watching me. Not all the time, but definitely whenever it was present. One moment, everything would be normal, and then without warning, the room would feel charged with an unseen presence. I couldn't hear anything, but I could feel it. It was always the same, a tingling sensation, like an invisible blanket slowly settling over my head, neck, shoulders, and back. It would end with a prickly heaviness. This feeling was consistent and unmistakable. One afternoon, I was washing my face in the bathroom, and the sensation was stronger than ever. It was as if the presence was right on top of me. My eyes were full of soap, and I felt a growing unease. I quickly looked up in the mirror, half expecting to finally see something, but there was nothing. The most disturbing part was that the feeling didn't go away. It intensified. It hovered just inches away from my back, and it felt like it was mocking me silently, though I couldn't hear anything. From that point on, the presence started to bother me more frequently, sometimes 3 to 4 times a day, even at night. It seemed like it either learned how to make me react, or maybe I had become a target. I would wake up in the middle of the night, feeling the familiar prickly sensation wash over me, and I'd wake from a deep sleep, startled and paralyzed. I never told anyone, especially not S. I knew if I did, she'd drag in every priest and paranormal group she could find, and I wasn't ready for that. One night, I was reading in bed, really absorbed in my book, when the familiar feeling returned. I closed the book, set it on my lap, and said out loud, "Okay, what do you want?" Within seconds, the nightlight next to me shot out of the wall socket and flew about 8 feet into the center of the room. You might think that would have scared me, but strangely, it didn't. I was more relieved to finally have something tangible happen. I remember reading once, I think in a Stephen King article, that the scariest part of any monster story is when you don't see the monster. Once you see it, it becomes real, and you can begin to deal with it. After the nightlight flew across the room, I realized it wasn't just a feeling anymore. It was real. I shoved the nightlight back into the wall socket, sat back down, and continued reading, though I was now much more aware of the presence in the room. A quick note. The room I was sleeping in was very small. It was likely intended to be a child's room or a nursery. I couldn't afford much furniture at the time, so I slept on an air mattress on the floor. The nightlight socket was just next to my head. At first, I thought it might be a poltergeist caused by S, but the activity was always silent. No banging or knocking, just the odd feeling of being watched and small disturbances. A couple of times, S blamed me for breaking her favorite blue drinking glasses, gifts from an ex-boyfriend. She was convinced I was messing with them, but I never touched them. I thought maybe the apartment complex was haunted, or maybe it was something attached to S herself. She seemed oblivious to any paranormal activity. I initially assumed the entity was attached to the apartment, but after a few months, my boyfriend and I went on a 3-day trip to his family's cabin at Lake Tahoe. To my horror, the presence followed me. I remember being alone in the cabin one night, and I yelled at the unseen force. But all I got in return was silent mocking and laughter. When I moved into my new place, I hoped the entity wouldn't follow me, but a few times I felt the same familiar presence starting to manifest. I quickly pushed the thoughts away and forced myself to think of something else. Over time, the strange occurrences stopped completely. Around a year ago, we decided to buy our first house. Being a military family, we were tired of moving all the time. It felt terrible to constantly uproot our children from their friends, and my husband hated being away from us. It felt like we had nothing to show for almost a decade of marriage and raising children. We wanted to settle down. We are originally from Northeast Ohio, but there was no work for my husband there, so we decided to stay where we were. We searched long and hard for homes, and I found one I absolutely adored, a house with a greenhouse attached by glass sliding doors. But the only problem was I was pregnant, and it didn't have enough rooms for all our kids. At the last minute, my husband found a house closer to his work, and though I wasn't really keen on seeing it, he convinced me. We made an appointment to see the house, but when we arrived, the owners canceled. The process of buying the house was difficult, and the owners put up resistance, even though it wasn't a foreclosure. We scheduled another walkthrough, and as we pulled up to the house, a young woman about my age was packing up a child into her car. I waved and smiled, but she scowled at me. When we went up the front steps, we found a soiled towel on the ground that smelled awful, like vomit. Despite this, we decided to continue, as the neighborhood appeared decent. It was small, clean, and everyone waved when we passed by. It seemed like the kind of close-knit community I grew up in. We went inside, but as soon as we stepped in, we were met with the strong smell of animals. It was a little overwhelming, but we shrugged it off. The house was spacious, with a great layout, plenty of light, and rooms for everyone. Still, something about it didn't feel right. Even though it suited all of our needs, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. After we moved in, things began to feel odd. I was waking up at 3 a.m. every morning and couldn't fall back asleep. It wasn't the worst experience I'd had, but it was uncomfortable. Something felt off, especially in the basement where the 2 older kids slept. My husband also started to feel restless. He was jumpy and irritable. Then one night, he came upstairs after doing laundry and said, "There's something in this house." I was scared but tried to ignore it. One day, while gardening in the front yard, I met an older woman named Jay. She was friendly, but something about her seemed off. She asked about my family and then told me something strange. She said, "Why in the heck would you want that cursed house?" I was shocked and asked her to explain. She told me that she remembered when the house was built in 2004. The first family that moved in seemed happy, but soon the children started acting out, and the couple began fighting. They eventually divorced and sold the house. The second family had similar problems. She said she could hear them fighting, and the husband was really mean, while the wife didn't talk much. That family also divorced. Then we bought the house. Jay warned me that the curse of the house might affect us too. I didn't think much of it, though. I reassured her that we had already been through so much and we'd be fine. But then, after we moved in, things got worse. My kids started having trouble sleeping. My toddler would insist on sleeping in our bed, and even though we tried putting him back in his room, he would wake up and come to our bed again. My oldest son began waking up in the middle of the night, feeling scared and unable to sleep. My middle son was also becoming difficult at bedtime, throwing tantrums to avoid going to sleep. There were also strange things happening. Noises, bad luck with broken things, and financial issues that seemed to all happen at once. We began arguing more, something that had never happened before. My husband, who had never been violent, was even putting his hands on me during some of our heated arguments. That had never happened before. One night, in my youngest son's room, I felt a strong presence. It didn't feel malevolent, but it wasn't friendly either. It felt like electricity in the air, charged, waiting. It wasn't a demon-like presence, but something unsettling. I kept my two older kids safe in their rooms, but I stayed with my toddler and baby. The noises started again. Then, one night, I heard a toy kitchen in my son's room start making noise. The battery-powered burner bubbled on its own. At first, I thought I imagined it, but then it started again. This time it went on for a full 2 minutes, much longer than it should have. When I told it to stop, it immediately did. I texted my husband and told him to hurry home. As soon as I sent the message, it started again. I shouted, "Stop playing with my son's toys," and it stopped once more. At this point, I knew something needed to be done. I've blessed my home, but I still wonder if I missed something. Is this residual energy from the previous owners, or is it something else? Some people have suggested there's a demon attached to the house, but I'm not sure. All I know is that I want my children to sleep safely in their beds, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes to protect them, even if it means confronting whatever is in this house. It was the summer of 1982 when I was helping my mom clean out her old school library in Utah. At the time, we were clearing out books and materials after my mom retired. The school was a small old building with an H-shaped layout, built back in the 50s or 60s. My mom had worked as the librarian there for years, and the library was in a quieter, more isolated part of the school, just off the main hallway. The whole building had a somewhat empty, eerie feeling to it, but I didn't think much of it. Growing up in rural areas, I was used to feeling a bit isolated, but nothing prepared me for what I would experience that night. The library had a reading dragon statue and a life-sized character, which I didn't much care for. But the kids adored it, and my mom always dressed it up for the holidays. Despite the charm of the library, I never liked the feel of the building. I had been there before, but usually during the day when there was plenty of light and noise. At night, though, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. I chalked up my unease to the building's age. Old, flat, and made from cinder blocks with lots of upper windows along the halls. But I wasn't alone that evening. I had come in to help my mom finish up before the school closed down for good. We worked until the evening, cleaning up and organizing, and I felt a growing sense of discomfort. I had to go into the boys' bathroom for cleaning supplies, which was located across from my mom's library. I knew the building was empty, since all the kids had gone home, but when I entered the boys' bathroom, I felt the unmistakable sensation of being watched. At first, I thought it was just me being paranoid, but the longer I stayed, the more intense the feeling became. Something was there, lurking. I didn't feel safe, and as I grabbed the supplies quickly, I noticed a sinister energy gathering around me. I didn't want to stay another second. That evening, as we worked late, my mom decided to lock up. She didn't mention anything, but I could tell something was off. It was only when we were leaving that I realized the full extent of what had been happening. As we walked down the hall, something shifted. The shadows in the hallway seemed to grow darker, and the atmosphere felt heavier. It was as though we weren't alone in the building. My heart raced, and I hurriedly packed up, wanting to leave as quickly as possible. On our way out, my mom locked the door behind us. As we left, I tried to shake off the unease. The building had been empty for years. No one would be back to disturb it. But as we made our way to the car, I realized something strange. When we passed the hallway, I felt something behind us, like a presence following us down the hall. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. We were alone, but I felt trapped, as if something was closing in on us. The next morning, after we returned to the school to finish our work, I spoke to one of the teachers. I was still shaken up from the night before, and I had to ask. I casually asked if anyone had ever felt strange or experienced something unusual in the building. The teacher looked at me, almost surprised, and said, "Oh, you're not the first to mention it." She went on to tell me how other staff members and even the janitors had experienced strange occurrences. She mentioned hearing voices, footsteps, and even seeing figures in the hallways. The most disturbing part was when she mentioned that some of the kids would hear things, too. Loud bangs, doors slamming, or even whispers in the corners. But no one ever spoke about it openly. I was trying to make light of the situation when she casually mentioned that the building had a strange history. A few staff members, including her, had heard of strange voices late at night, and one janitor even quit after seeing a figure move down the hallway when no one was there. It seemed like the school had a life of its own, and not in a good way. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out that night. Later that afternoon, my mom mentioned that she always tried to leave the building by 9 p.m. when she was working late. I found it odd that she'd never said anything about this before, but she casually mentioned that she couldn't fight whatever it was. My mom had worked there for years, but there was something about the building that always unnerved her too. She told me she didn't like to stay alone at night, especially when she had to go down the dark hallways, which made me realize that she must have been scared all these years, just like me. It wasn't until years later, when I spoke to a few other teachers who had worked there, that I learned about the ongoing issues with strange occurrences in the school. Some of them admitted to hearing strange noises or even witnessing shadows moving across the hallways. They all mentioned how the building felt alive, in a way, with strange things happening at night, especially when the school was completely empty. There was something eerie about the place, something dark that seemed to lurk in the corners, waiting for the night to fall. That was the last time I worked in that school. My mom retired soon after, and I never went back. I still can't explain everything that happened that night, but I'll never forget the heavy, oppressive feeling I had in the hallways. Sometimes I wonder if it was the building's history or something else entirely, but I'll never forget the fear I felt. It's a feeling I haven't experienced again since, but it's one that I'll carry with me forever. She told me that her husband's father had passed away some time ago, and she felt like his presence lingered around the house. It made sense, though I wasn't entirely sure. A part of me felt like there was more to the story, and my friend mentioned that some old family items had been left behind in the house. Perhaps that was what had triggered the energy I was feeling. The atmosphere around Sophie's toy and my unease in the upstairs rooms all seemed tied to something I couldn't quite put my finger on. Several months later, my friend moved into a new home, still in the same neighborhood, but in a brand new house. The odd feeling persisted, but this time it was different. The new house felt peaceful, but there was a subtle presence. I visited once, and my friend mentioned that she had noticed a ghost lingering in the hallway. It was a female presence, someone she couldn't place. At first, I wasn't sure if she was referring to the lingering energy of the old house, or if this was something new. I decided to see for myself. After spending some time there, I realized that the energy I was sensing was very subtle. There was a distinct cold spot in the hallway near the bedroom, but beyond that I couldn't see anything concrete. Over the next few visits, I tried to tune into the energy. I didn't sense any immediate threat, just a quiet, lingering presence. I knew this spirit wasn't harmful, but I still couldn't figure out who it was. There was a slight sense of familiarity, but no clear image or identity. I talked to my friend about the spirit and the feelings I was getting. She told me that she sometimes felt like it was an older relative, perhaps an aunt, or even someone who had passed recently. But still, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get any clear answers. The spirit was closed off, not wanting to reveal itself. I thought perhaps the spirit was tied to my friend or her family, but it didn't seem to want to communicate with me. It would often leave the space when I focused on it, but it never felt malicious. The last time I visited, I tried once again to connect with the spirit, but nothing came through. My friend was growing frustrated, but I assured her that whatever it was not harmful. We both decided to let it be. The energy had quieted, and I felt comfortable in the house. It was clear the spirit was more passive and wasn't interfering with their lives. A couple of years ago, a friend and coworker was stressing out because her husband and son were planning a hunting and camping trip, but she had no one to watch her cat. Knowing I love cats, I offered to help and take care of her kitty while they were gone. I hadn't been to her house before, so I went over the night before to check on things. where the cat food was, what needed to be done, and so on. Her house was in a nice, quiet neighborhood, and they were preparing to sell it. I met the cat, Sophie, who wasn't particularly friendly at first. I wasn't too surprised. Cats can be funny about their space. After a quick tour, I noticed an odd feeling as I explored the upstairs. There were 2 bedrooms, one of which seemed unused. As we passed the rooms, I was certain I saw someone in the doorway of one of them. It caught me off guard since no one else was in the house at the time. When I mentioned it to my friend, she brushed it off, not thinking much of it. She also mentioned that the house had always felt a bit off, but again, it wasn't something she had paid much attention to. The first day I went over to take care of Sophie, my husband came with me. As soon as we entered, I felt a coldness in the air, especially near one particular room upstairs. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, watching me. I tried to ignore it, but there was a toy near the doorway of the room that seemed to have been left in a peculiar place. My heart started to race, but I just focused on feeding the cat, hurried out of the house, and left as quickly as I could. When I got home, I told my husband about the feeling, but he didn't sense anything. A few days later, I went back alone, and this time, I took a moment to pay closer attention. As I walked through the house, the uncomfortable feeling only intensified. I could almost feel something in that room, like it was hovering just out of sight. I went downstairs and filled Sophie's food. The air felt thick, and I started hearing faint noises, scratching sounds that seemed to come from the walls. I quickly finished up and rushed out of there, telling myself I was imagining things. But deep down, I felt that there was something I wasn't supposed to acknowledge. I messaged my friend later that night, and finally, I confessed that the house made me feel uneasy. I asked her if anything strange had ever happened there. To my surprise, she wasn't shocked. She told me that she had a strange feeling about the house too, and when I described the things I felt, she admitted that she thought it might be something related to her husband's side of the family. A couple of years ago, I was working for a gentleman who sold repossessed mobile homes. One morning, I was called to work on a unit, 087, a double wide that had just arrived. As I climbed inside, I called out to my coworker Bill. "In the master bath," he replied, sounding a bit off. I walked in, and Bill was standing there with a sour expression, staring at the bathroom. I glanced around and immediately noticed the smell. Something foul, like decay. The room had mounds of dead flies on the windowsill and behind the toilet. The stench was overpowering. "Where's it coming from?" I asked, genuinely baffled. Bill shook his head. "I don't know, but we need to figure it out. Ain't no one gonna buy a trailer that smells like this." For the next few days, Bill, a couple of other workers, and I tried everything to find the source of the odor. We searched everywhere. Under the flooring, between the vapor barrier, the furnace room, nothing. We flushed the drains, pulled up carpet, and even checked behind the walls. But we found no leaks or dead animals. The smell was sporadic, though. It would come and go. Whenever it showed up, it was accompanied by a strange pile of dead flies, which we'd have to vacuum up. Oddly, the moment you stepped outside the bathroom, the smell was gone. Despite all our efforts, we couldn't track down the source. The smell would stop for a while, but then return, just as mysteriously. It was as though something invisible was playing games with us. A few days later, as I was working alone in the trailer on a hot afternoon, I experienced something I could not explain. While I was measuring the walls in the dining area, I heard the toilet flush. This seemed strange, as the plumbing was not hooked up, and there were no signs that anyone had been there. The trailer was locked, and I was sure no one had been inside. I went to the bathroom, ready to scold some idiot who might have used the toilet, but to my surprise, the bathroom door was wide open. There was no one in the room, but the toilet had definitely flushed. I turned to leave and saw a man, about 6 feet tall, with a beer gut, tangled red hair, and tattoos, standing there by the toilet. He was facing away from me, pulling up his pants, and I could see a large boot knife on his belt. I was taken aback for a moment, but then I spoke up. Sir?" I asked. He turned around, surprised to see me. He looked confused, like he hadn't heard me coming, though he had to have heard me approaching. But then, before I could react, he suddenly disappeared. He just wasn't there anymore. One second he was standing there, and the next, he was gone. I was left speechless, feeling as if I had either just witnessed a ghost or had lost my mind entirely. But I didn't have time to dwell on it because the strange occurrences didn't stop. That night, while I was sitting outside the trailer, I started thinking about how all this might be connected to the home's strange history. I was especially disturbed by the fact that, although I had only seen this figure once, it felt like I was constantly being watched. The eerie feeling lingered, and I couldn't shake it. I realized, at that point, that there was something in that trailer. Maybe it was a restless spirit attached to the home, or perhaps it was something more malevolent. Either way, I felt an undeniable presence that I couldn't explain, and I began to question everything I thought I knew about the supernatural. A couple of months later, my boss had a heart attack, and due to health complications, he had to sell off all of his mobile homes, including number 087. I don't know what happened to the trailer after that, but I can't shake the feeling that the strange energy in it never fully dissipated. To this day, I still can't explain the events I witnessed, but I do know one thing for sure. There is such a thing as a haunt, and sometimes they follow you into places you'd never expect. A few years ago, I was living in Memphis, Tennessee, after recently moving there. I was sharing an apartment with a friend named Carrie. We got along fine, but after a while, due to some issues with her local bishop, it was suggested that one of us needed to move out. Since Carrie had more furniture than I did, I decided it would be easier for me to find my own place. After searching for a while, I found an apartment in Midtown Memphis, an artsy, bohemian area. It was a top-floor unit in the Alta Vista complex on Poplar and Clark, and it fit my budget perfectly. At first, I wasn't sure how I would manage living alone, but after a few weeks, I started to enjoy the solitude. I went out at night to the local bars, made some new friends, and got into the rhythm of my new life. But then things started happening. One evening, I was relaxing on the couch with my dog, Cameron, a black lab I had adopted after moving into Alta Vista. We were watching TV when I started to hear scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. I figured it was probably mice or bugs, as the building was old, built in 1912. But the sounds began to feel different. They didn't sound like the usual critters. Later that night, I went to take a shower. The moment I stepped into the bathroom, the scratching stopped, and out of nowhere, I began hearing loud banging on my front door. I was wrapped in a towel, confused, and rushed to the living room to check. I shouted, "Who is it?" but got no response. Then the banging started again, this time shaking the door. It felt as if someone was trying to force their way in. I shouted again, demanding to know who was on the other side, but there was no answer. After a few moments, the banging suddenly stopped. I checked outside and saw no one. No one had been in the stairwell, and I was on the third floor of the apartment complex. I stood there for a while, feeling uneasy, and called my mom to tell her about what happened. For the rest of the night, the apartment was quiet. However, this wasn't the last time it happened. The banging at the door became a nightly occurrence. I would complain to the office, but no one could figure out who was causing it. By late October, it had become so frequent that my friends began witnessing it as well. One night, I was brushing my teeth in the bathroom when I heard the usual loud banging again. I walked out into the living room and saw something that made my blood run cold. A plaster figure that had been hanging beside my bedroom door flew off the wall and hit the opposite wall with enough force to break off a few pieces. The banging stopped immediately. I stood frozen, in shock. I wanted to leave, but I was under a 6-month lease, and I didn't want to lose my deposit. As the weeks went by, I went on a Thanksgiving trip, leaving the apartment quiet. When I returned, I found one of the pumpkins I had bought for decoration had been thrown against the back door. The pumpkin's guts splattered on the door, and it slid onto the floor. The weirdest part? No one had a key to the apartment, and there were no signs of forced entry. The feeling that something was messing with me, something beyond my understanding, was overwhelming. On top of all that, the pantry and the kitchen, for some inexplicable reason, was always freezing cold. Even in the middle of summer, it made no sense at all. When I'd wake up sweating in the heat, I'd go stand in the pantry to cool off. But even more unnerving, I noticed Cameron, my dog, staring at the pantry and growling at it as if something was there. I eventually decided that I couldn't take it anymore. After everything that happened, the banging, the flying figure, the mysterious cold spots, and the feeling of being watched, I made the difficult decision to break my lease and move out. I couldn't stay there any longer. I moved out, leaving behind a place filled with strange occurrences I could never fully explain. And while I never had another experience like that, the memories of those unsettling moments stayed with me. In the late 1980s or early 1990s, after a difficult divorce, I moved into the block house on my family's farm in Tennessee. My grandparents originally built the house, and it was situated right beside the main family house. The block house had 3 rooms, a living dining area, a tiny kitchen, and a small bedroom. There were no bathrooms, as the main house was just a stone's throw away, and the doors inside were just frames, no actual doors. I was living alone at the time, and the only furniture I had was a bed, a table, a single easy chair, and a TV. The first night I spent there, something unusual happened that would mark the beginning of many strange occurrences. I was watching TV until midnight and then went to bed. The bed was positioned in such a way that I could see through the kitchen into the living room. As I lay there trying to sleep, I had an odd feeling, so I opened my eyes and looked toward the living room. To my shock, I saw a bright reddish-orange glow. Thinking maybe the house was on fire, I rushed to the living room. But when I got there, nothing. No fire, no glow, just an empty room. I went back to bed, trying to shake off the weirdness, but soon after I dozed off, the glow appeared again. I got up, went into the living room again, and it was gone. I sat back down in my easy chair and stayed up the rest of the night, my mind racing. The next day, I asked my brother about it, and all he said was, "Don't be surprised at what you might see or hear in that house." Over the next few years, I heard many strange things in the block house, too many to count. But there are 2 incidents that stand out the most in my memory. The first happened after my nephew, Lee, moved in with me. Lee had set up his bed in the far corner of the living room, and one evening, we were sitting there watching TV. I got up to make a cup of coffee. I've always been a big coffee drinker, and as I took my first step, I heard a peck under the floorboards. It wasn't very loud, but it was noticeable. With each step I took, I felt and heard another soft peck. It was as if something was knocking at the floor beneath me. I shrugged it off, thinking it was probably just old house noises. But when I came back to the living room and Lee got up to go to the kitchen, it happened to him too. Every time he stepped, there was a soft peck under the floorboards. Lee was spooked and looked at me wide-eyed, asking, "What in the hell is going on?" I just grinned. Lee had heard about the house's strange happenings, but this was the first time he had experienced it for himself. The second incident occurred one winter night. Lee and I were sitting by the stove in the living room, watching TV with the door closed to keep warm. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the front door. It was followed by 2 or 3 more knocks, each one sounding like someone was knocking on the glass of the inner door. I immediately jumped up, thinking something had happened to my mother in the main house, and ran to the door. But when I opened it, no one was there. I turned around to see Lee, who asked who had been at the door. I told him no one was there. Then Lee asked, "Did you see anyone running away?" I thought about it and realized there was no way anyone could have knocked on the door without first opening the screen door, which was locked. Lee just looked at me with a sheepish grin and said, "We ain't gonna get much sleep tonight, are we?" I moved out of the block house in the mid-90s, and for years, it sat empty. Now, the house has been renovated and a bathroom has been added. My daughter plans to move into it, and I can't help but wonder how long she'll last there before the strange occurrences start happening again. In January 2008, my granny passed away, and it was one of the hardest moments of my life. My bond with her was incredibly strong, and she had lived with us for a long time after my parents divorced. At first, she stayed with my uncle after her triple bypass surgery, but due to reasons we never quite understood, he eventually asked her to leave. She came to stay with us, and despite occasional disagreements, we shared a special connection. Shortly after New Year's 2008, she fell seriously ill. Stubborn as ever, she refused to go to the hospital, but one night things got worse. I called 911, terrified because I couldn't hear her calling for help from downstairs. When I finally found her sitting on the floor, she claimed she had fallen while trying to get to the couch. We rushed her to the hospital, and though she seemed fine at first, things took a sudden turn for the worse. The doctors discovered her potassium levels had spiked so high they were poisoning her system. After several days, they confirmed that she had suffered a stroke and was brain dead. The night she passed, I stayed with my mom at the hospital. We decided to be with her as she went. I didn't fully grasp the depth of what was happening until that moment when she sat up in her bed, looked past my mom, and whispered, "I love you," in a distant tone. It was as if she wasn't talking to my mom at all. That was the last conversation I ever had with her. After her passing, I started having strange dreams about her. In one, she was surrounded by all of our family members spanning 5 generations, a gathering that felt so real it shook me. No one in our family had ever seen 5 generations together, and this vision deeply unsettled me. Other nights, I would wake up in cold sweats or crying, haunted by the vividness of the dreams. I didn't share these dreams with anyone except my mom. She didn't have the same experiences, and neither did my sister. For some reason, I felt as though I was the only one who could sense her presence. About a month later, I began to sense something even more unsettling, a presence in my home. It felt like something was lurking, something I couldn't quite explain. My toddler son, who had never been told about any of the spiritual experiences I had, started talking about ghosts in the house. And my oldest son, already more sensitive, would wake up in the middle of the night feeling unnerved, unable to fall back asleep. My middle child, though, seemed the most affected, crying and refusing to go to bed. One night, I was alone while my husband was at work. My youngest son and daughter were asleep in my bed when I began hearing strange noises. The most bizarre was the sound of my son's toy kitchen, a battery-operated playset, suddenly turning on by itself. The bubbling sound kept going for several minutes, with no reason for it to start. I was unnerved, but tried to ignore it. When I finally shouted at the unseen presence, demanding it to stop, it did, immediately. It felt like whatever it was, it knew I could sense it and was playing with me. Despite the odd occurrences, I wasn't sure what I was dealing with. Whether it was residual energy from the previous owners or something else entirely. I knew the house was steeped in negative energy, but I also knew something had been attached to me ever since my grandmother's passing. What worried me most was the fact that the entity was connected to the house. But my children, especially my oldest, seemed more sensitive to it than I was. I performed rituals, I cleansed the space, but the energy lingered. I couldn't explain it. It felt like something was being drawn to me, but I didn't want to admit it. I've always been intuitive, but I wasn't sure if what I was feeling was real or just my imagination. I've tried everything, from spiritual cleanses to personal protection, to keep my children safe from whatever presence was haunting the house. But to this day, I wonder if it's simply the residual energy of a life lost or something darker attached to me. I don't know for sure, but I'll keep protecting my children. I have to. They deserve peace, and I won't rest until I find it for them. About a year ago, my mom rented a rundown duplex. It was a complete eyesore, but we were on a tight budget. My parents are divorced, and at that time, I spent every weekend with my mom. This house always gave me a strange feeling like I was being watched. It didn't matter if the room was full of people. The feeling never left me. Since I was only there on weekends, I didn't know about most of the weird things that happened until after my mom moved out. Her roommate, who later became her boyfriend, Vince, was also there for some of these experiences. My mom has always been into spiritual practices and kept candles and incense burning in her bedroom for protection. I would always sleep in her room, while she either slept on the couch or in Vince's room. I remember one particular experience I had with something I couldn't explain. One night, I was in bed watching Roseanne after everyone else had gone to sleep. I looked up and saw a dense shadow of a man in the doorway, almost as if he was being kept out of the room. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, but no matter how many times I rubbed my eyes or blinked, the shadow stayed staring at me. Then suddenly, it turned and stomped down the hallway, moving angrily, but I couldn't hear any footsteps. I could only see how it moved. About a week after we moved into my mom's new apartment, she was still getting her things from the old house. We were in the kitchen playing cards. We were talking about ghosts, and that's when she started explaining why she moved out of the duplex. Apparently, I wasn't the only one who felt like I was being watched. But one of the most terrifying things she told me was about our dog, Choo Choo. He had nearly been choked by this entity. They were sitting in the living room talking when suddenly Choo Choo jumped up, ran to the corner, and stood up on his hind legs in a begging position, whimpering. Then his head twisted as if something had grabbed his neck. He was shaking, but when my mom picked him up to comfort him, he acted as if nothing had happened. The day after this conversation, we went back to the duplex to get some of the things that had been left behind. My mom and I waited outside while Vince went inside to collect stuff. When he came out, he told us about something strange that had happened while he was inside. He had gone to the bathroom, and when he came out, he found that the computer chair had been moved from one side of the house to right in front of the back door. The strange part was, we didn't even have a computer chair. What we used was a heavy old-style armchair, which wasn't easy to move. A month later, we ran into one of our old neighbors, and he told us a little about the previous owner of the house. Apparently, he had been involved in devil worship and black magic. Now I'm wondering if the strange happenings were a result of his energy, or if something else was at play. My husband and I have been together for 4 years, and we were living in one of his mother's rental properties, taking care of it. Before we got married, we decided to move in with another couple to help with the rent. The house was over 100 years old, with 3 bedrooms, one of which had been added within the last 50 years. The floors were sinking, and the place needed a deep clean. About 5 days before we moved in, my friend and I decided to stay overnight and clean the house without the guys there to distract us. That night, I realized we weren't going to be alone in the house. I was in the bathroom, scrubbing the bathtub and sinks, while my friend was in the kitchen, cleaning the cabinets. She suddenly came running into the bathroom, drenched in sweat and looking like she'd seen a ghost. I asked her what happened. Had she seen a bug or something? She could barely talk, but I eventually calmed her down. She said she had heard something coming from the room that had been added on. I didn't think much of it, and told her it was probably the guys trying to scare us, or maybe just some kids walking down the street. I got her to relax, and she went back to the kitchen. But as I was scrubbing the bathtub, I saw a woman out of the corner of my eye. I didn't think much of it, assuming it was just my friend again. I told her, "Quit worrying. Nothing's gonna happen. Go finish cleaning, and I'll help you when I'm done." When I didn't hear a reply, I looked up and saw no one in the bathroom. I finished cleaning the bathroom and walked into the kitchen. She was on the other side of the kitchen, and she wouldn't even face the door leading to the new bedroom. I tried to reassure her, telling her even if there was something in the house, it wouldn't harm us. It was just trying to scare us into leaving. Oddly enough, that was the only encounter we had that night. I figured if there was something in the house, it would have shown itself more clearly, but it didn't. It wasn't until after we all moved in that things started to escalate. The haunting became more noticeable. Our shower had a glass door. One night, I took a shower and noticed a male figure sitting on the side of the tub, looking into the shower. I laughed, thinking it was my boyfriend, but when I opened the door, the figure was gone. Later that same night, my friend asked me if I had noticed anything strange in the bathroom after the guys went to bed. I was curious and waited for her to explain, and it turned out that she'd seen the same thing. Exactly what I had seen. From that night on, There was always a male figure in the bathroom, though he never spoke or tried to communicate, he just watched us. A month and a half after we moved in, we started having my stepson stay every other weekend. His room was supposed to be the new bedroom, but he refused to sleep in it. He insisted on sleeping on the sofa bed in the living room. I agreed, but I couldn't figure out why he didn't want to sleep in his own room. The next weekend, when he wasn't there, I decided I'd sleep in the room. That Monday night, my boyfriend had to leave for work, so I decided that night I'd sleep in my stepson's room. I was a little creeped out, but I thought maybe it was just my stepson's fear or my friend's stories making me nervous. About an hour after I fell asleep, I felt a small hand shake me, as if someone was trying to wake me. I sat up, but there was no one in the room. I turned on the night light, feeling increasingly scared. When I laid back down, staring at the wall, I saw the shadow of a little girl with pigtails dancing on the wall. No matter where I looked in the room, I couldn't see her. Only her shadow on the wall. After that night, no one else in the house had any significant encounters, except for the strange male figure in the bathroom and occasional glimpses of a woman in the corner of the eye. I continued to see the little girl's shadow, but she never spoke. Some nights, I had the feeling that I needed to go check on my stepson's room, even though I knew he wasn't there. When I reached the door, I would see his rocking horse moving, only to stop when I got close. I never found out what had happened in the house, but we moved shortly after. When we left, the house felt peaceful. My husband thinks maybe my presence there comforted the little girl's spirit, but I'll never know for sure. If I were asked which room in the old house was the most haunted, without a doubt, it would be the old dining room. Strange things happened in other parts of the house, but none of them gave you the chilling feeling that came from that room. I've already shared one experience, but now I'll tell you the rest of what I remember. My personal experiences in that room were few, because that part of the house was torn down when I was about 8 or 9. But I do remember that us younger kids were terrified to even walk past the doorway. We ran. We wouldn't go into the dining room unless Mom or Dad was in the kitchen. In fact, the old dining room was where they would hide our Christmas presents, knowing we'd never dare snoop around there. The room stayed so cold, we even used it like a refrigerator. I remember one time when Mom made Jell-O and placed it on the dining room table to set. After dinner, she went to check on it for dessert and found a handprint in the Jell-O. It looked like someone had placed their hand in it and waited for it to gel, leaving an impression. Another time, Mom had baked a pie and set it on the table to cool. When she returned to check on it, the pie had been ruined. It looked like someone had taken their hands and stirred it all around. We never used the dining room to eat in. It became a sort of storage room, a refrigerator, and sometimes even an extra bedroom. Many times, while sitting in the kitchen or living room, we'd hear strange noises coming from the dining room, sounds as if someone were trashing the place. After a few minutes, it would go quiet. When we'd check the room, everything would be in disarray. Empty honey cans thrown all over, and items that had been neatly stored were scattered around. I also remember how the door would lock by itself. It had an old-fashioned latch, a simple 2x2 piece of wood with a nail in the center, like the kind used on an outhouse door. I guess the latch was put there for privacy, since the room was used as a bedroom at times. When Mom would send one of us kids to fetch something from the dining room while she was cooking, we would go to open the door, only to find it locked. Mom would tell us to wait a few minutes, and when we returned, the door would open easily, as if nothing had ever been wrong. Mom used to tell us a story about the dining room that involved her father, my grandpa. This happened in the late 30s or early 40s, after Grandma had passed away but before he remarried. Grandpa had been out squirrel hunting one evening. After he shot a few squirrels, he decided to stop by Mom's house and have her cook them for him. She made them for him, along with some other food, and they all sat down to eat. After dinner, they sat around talking, and before they knew it, it had gotten dark. Since Grandpa didn't have a light with him, Mom convinced him to spend the night. He could sleep in the old dining room. They all settled in, said goodnight, blew out the coal oil lamp, and tried to go to sleep. About half an hour later, Grandpa called out to Mom, asking her to come and get the dog out from under his bed. He said he couldn't sleep with it, moaning and moving around under there. Dad got up, lit the lamp, and went to check, assuring Grandpa there was no dog in the house. They searched the room thoroughly, but found no dog. Grandpa was so scared, he refused to go back to bed. Instead of spending the night, he grabbed his shotgun and walked home in the dark. He later told them he'd rather take his chances walking home than stay another minute in that room. That's about all I can remember of the old dining room. I often think about it and wonder what kind of entity haunted that room. I guess we'll never know for sure. My name is Rick, and I'm almost 40 now. When I was about 18 or 19, I played guitar in a few different Southern gospel groups. Nothing big, just friends and family mostly. One group I was in got an invitation to sing at a church in Nashville, about 800 miles from where we lived. I was excited because I had never traveled that far to sing before, and I didn't know what to expect. When we arrived, we were greeted warmly and were told the church would be hosting homecoming celebrations. 5 groups in total were scheduled to sing. The time of year was mid-July, unbelievably hot. The church was an older house that had been converted into a church, which I had seen before at other places. It was nicely furnished and decorated, and I was just taking in my new surroundings when I noticed something odd. Every window had been nailed shut. There was no air conditioning, no ceiling fans, just the front door left open, but it didn't do much to help with the heat. As the first group began to sing, I felt a sudden cold breeze around my ankles. I didn't think much of it. But then the lead singer of the first group stopped mid-song and shouted, "Where is that cold air coming from?" There was dead silence for a moment, everyone looking around, trying to figure out where it was coming from, but no one could explain it. At that point, I still didn't think much of it, just a strange occurrence, nothing more. I didn't believe in ghosts or anything paranormal. I thought those stories were just made up to scare people. If someone ever told me a ghost story, I'd listen, but always question their credibility. I just didn't believe in that kind of thing, and I had never seen anything that made me think otherwise. Our group was next. We moved to a side room to get ready and strap on our instruments while waiting for our turn. While we were standing there, something caught my eye. In another side room, I saw a bright, white, neon-like light hovering in the air. It was the size of a Nerf football, with a rounded front and a tail-like point at the back. The light hovered for a moment, then shot to the back of the room, up to the ceiling in the farthest corner. Suddenly, the door slammed shut and the handle jiggled violently for a few seconds. Then, everything went quiet. I couldn't believe what I had just seen. I turned to my group, and their eyes were wide open, mouths agape. I didn't need to say a word. We all knew we had just witnessed the same thing. When it was finally our turn, we went out to the main church to perform. But I was in a daze the entire time, asking myself, what just happened? To this day, I'm still not sure what I saw, but it was so real and moving that there's no way I'll ever deny it. I just wish I knew what it was. After the service, we went outside for lunch and asked the people who had invited us if strange things like that happened often. They acted like they had no idea what we were talking about, though I'm sure they've seen something themselves. That presence was too strong to be ignored. Since then, I've never seen anything like that again, and I hope I never do. My ghostly encounter took place about 10 years ago, but it still feels as vivid as if it happened yesterday. I hope you find it as spooky as I do. I was married to my ex-husband for about 2 years when we rented a small house just one street over from my parents' house, where I grew up. The house had always been a rental as long as I could remember, and there were several kids on the street that my sister and I played with when we were younger. But we never knew anyone who lived in that particular house because it seemed like they moved in and out a lot. I didn't think much of it until we moved in ourselves. I think I know why now. The strange things started happening the same night we moved in. We had packed and moved all day, and we were exhausted. We got the house organized just enough to walk around in it and went to bed. As soon as we turned out the lights and lay down, we talked for a minute or two and then said goodnight. That's when the stereo turned on by itself. I didn't think much of it at first because it was an old stereo someone had given us, and I figured it was just some electrical issue. So I got up and turned it off. We laughed about it for a second, and my husband jokingly said, "Oh no, we have a ghost or something." I didn't believe in ghosts, so I just laughed it off. Then the stereo came back on. My husband said, "Just unplug it, I'll fix it tomorrow." So I got up, unplugged it, and went back to bed. But as soon as I lay down again, it came back on. He said, "I told you to unplug it." I said I did, but he didn't believe me, so he got up and checked. Sure enough, it was unplugged. That's when he started getting really freaked out. He said we had a ghost. Of course, I still didn't believe it. He'd had some strange experiences as a child, so he was really scared. He told me to talk to the ghost and tell it to stop. So I played along and started talking to the so-called ghost. I told it we were really tired and needed sleep, and I asked if it could please turn the stereo off so we could get some rest. And to my surprise, the stereo turned off. We slept with the hallway light on after that, and every night we lived there, my husband wouldn't go to sleep without it on. But there was more. Things kept disappearing. We'd leave and come back, and there would be a strong smell of perfume or flowers in the air. At night, we'd hear the bathroom cabinets opening and closing. We also heard what sounded like someone running around in our bedroom and up and down the hallway. A few times, I got out of bed during the night to go to the bathroom, and I was pushed down. That was the closest it came to hurting anyone, and for some reason, it didn't seem to like me much. This went on for about 6 months, and I still didn't want to believe it was a ghost. I was afraid to tell anyone because I thought they'd call me crazy. But my husband was terrified. We'd wake up in the morning and find all the kitchen cabinets wide open. The water faucets would turn on by themselves. The lights would go off and on while we were watching TV. The night I finally believed it was a ghost was the night I saw it. We were up late, around 2 or 3 in the morning, and we were in the living room listening to music. I was sitting on the couch, and out of the corner of my eye, down the hallway, I saw it. I started to tell my husband, but he wouldn't let me. He was too scared to hear it. About an hour later, we went to bed with the hallway light on, and our bedroom door cracked open, like usual. We had just lain down when maybe a minute later, my husband bolted upright, ran to the door, and opened it. He was white as a sheet and shaking, and told me he had seen it too. When he described it, it was exactly what I had seen earlier. We both think it was a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, with reddish blonde hair, wearing a white nightgown. After that night, when we both saw her, nothing else happened in the house. We lived there for about 4 more months, and we never saw or heard anything again. I guess after we saw her, it wasn't fun for her to taunt us anymore. My grandmother passed away in February 2008, but the strange happenings didn't start until a few months later, when my aunt and her daughter were diagnosed with the same cancerous tumor, luckily benign, that my grandmother had died from. One night, they were sitting in the living room when a stack of coasters moved in front of a picture frame on one of the end tables. I'm not sure exactly when these events started, but the next incident occurred when my aunt was cleaning the house. She suddenly heard music playing, and it turned out to be coming from my grandmother's room, from an old phone, 25 years old, that had no way to play music. My aunt had to unplug the phone to stop the music, but it wouldn't stop until she did. On another day, while my aunt was cleaning again, she heard a loud slam, like a door being slammed shut. She searched the house and then decided to check my grandmother's room, where she found the closet door shut, something we never did because it was hard to open. Even my mom has experienced this with the closet door. My grandmother also had a little handheld poker game that she used to play, and my aunt kept it in a glass case with other collectibles. One day, my aunt heard the poker game going off with a royal flush. She tried everything to stop it, but finally had to take the batteries out. Even after removing the batteries, the game continued to play music. My uncle has claimed that he woke up one night rolled over in bed, and swore he saw my grandmother standing in the doorway. My aunt has also seen her from time to time. My sister spent the night over there once, probably because family was in town, and she was sleeping in my aunt's room, which always has the door open. My sister said she hardly got any sleep because she kept hearing footsteps moving through the house. My uncles also say that sometimes, if you walk through the dining room into the kitchen, you can smell fresh coffee, as if it had just been brewed. There was also an incident when a shampoo bottle was thrown at my uncle while he was in the shower. It hit his foot and cut it open. I'm not sure what to think of this one, as it's the only event that seemed violent. But I don't believe my grandmother would have ever done something like that. One evening, my aunt was talking to my cousin who lives in Indiana. They were about to hang up when they both heard someone say something on the phone, except it wasn't either of them. The phrase was something my grandmother always used to say. Something like, "Now be careful," or "be safe." Close to Thanksgiving, my little cousin, who's about 5 or 6, said he wished Meemaw could have been there for Thanksgiving. My aunt and uncle were sitting in the dining room when my aunt mentioned this to my uncle. Just after she told him, the lights went out. The latest incident happened only a few weeks ago. My aunt and uncle have a satellite-linked clock that's always set to the same time every day, and it had never gone off at an irregular time until one night when it started playing music at around 12:30 a.m. My aunt tried everything to turn it off, and while she was doing that, my uncle shook her shoulder and said, "Your mom wants to talk to you." That part is a little humorous because of how he said it. Eventually, the clock turned off by itself. Both my aunt and uncle are not superstitious at all, and I know they would never lie about these experiences. I consider myself lucky that nothing like this has ever happened when I've been there, because I'm not sure how I would react if I saw something or if anything else happened. I wouldn't mind seeing my grandmother, but I don't want to feel the fear that comes with seeing a ghost, especially since I've never seen one before. Honestly, I didn't even believe in them until all of these events started happening. Their house also has shadow people. I don't know the technical term, but that's what we all call them. They've been around for as long as I can remember, long before my grandmother died. I've seen them too, but not for a long time, probably because I went to school in Texas for 3 years. I remember I hated sleeping in my grandmother's room when we spent the night because it was always so dark in there when it shouldn't have been. And I absolutely hated walking down the hall to the bathroom. It's not a big hall, but you have to walk past my aunt's dark room to get to the bathroom, and I could barely get through it without running. The den is also darker than it should be. They have an enclosed back porch that's attached to the den, so it shouldn't be that dark, but it often is. The shadows in the corners always seem out of place. My uncle has seen more prominent shadows, and I'm sure my aunt has too, but my uncle talks about it more, probably because it helps him deal with it. They've lived in that house for almost 30 years, ever since they were married. I know my grandmother would never do anything to hurt anyone in the house. Considering when all of these things started happening, I want to believe that she's still around because she wants my aunt to know that she's okay and that she's there for her. However, that still doesn't explain the shampoo bottle incident, but the cut on my uncle's foot might just have been caused by him being in a bad position. I'm turning 30 this summer, but I'm still haunted by things that happened to me when I was 12. I never truly understood what happened, and I'm hoping someone can explain it. When I started 7th grade, I had just moved to a new neighborhood, and I quickly became friends with a girl named Heather, who I'd met the year before. I didn't know many people since I'd only moved to the state the year before. Heather introduced me to her younger sister, Dawn, who was 2 years younger than me. They also had a neighbor named Dave, who was about my age. Heather, Dave, and I were in the same grade. There was also a boy named Lee, 14 years old and a freshman in high school. He had known the group for a while and had a huge crush on Heather, but she only saw him as a friend. For some reason, Lee was never allowed to have anyone over to his house, And Heather and Dawn's parents didn't like him because of his feelings for Heather, but we still hung out together every day. A few times, Dave went over to Lee's house. Lee lived with his dad, who was in the military, and his mom, who was very strange. We would sometimes see her outside, and she was mean, not liking anyone. Heather and Dawn lived in the biggest house on the street. Their parents owned a business and were well off. The girls claimed their house was haunted, something they had grown up with and were used to, though their parents dismissed it as nonsense. During that school year, Lee started getting more pushy about Heather, and things started to get strange. One day when the girls were out of town, Lee, Dave, and I, along with another person who didn't really become part of the story, went to the park. In the woods behind the park, we found an abandoned convertible, half buried. We sat on it and joked around until Lee wanted to have a seance. We thought we were just humoring him. Dave suddenly started hyperventilating and ran out of the woods, screaming. I thought it was a joke and laughed, but over the next few weeks, strange things started happening. Lee began claiming that he was possessed by a demon, one that took over him at times. We thought it was just for attention, so we humored him. But things began to happen when we were alone. I spent a lot of time home alone because I had a troubled home life. I had a 2-year-old sister, and my mom had just given birth to my second sister. I started noticing strange things, like my little sister playing with something invisible. She would point and say, "There he is," and I'd catch glimpses of something blue disappearing into the walls or floors. She was the only one who could see it, something furry running behind the furniture. Framed pictures would fly out of rooms at me. Water would turn on by itself in the bathroom, but the sink would never fill. Instead, the floor would be flooded, with no leaks, as though someone had poured water on the floor. No one would be home when this happened. Eventually, Heather and Dawn began reporting similar things. We hadn't told each other about these experiences, but they too saw the blue figure that never fully formed. It would pass through walls and doors and then start to take shape. They also saw different things walking around their house. I experienced the form of a tall, oversized man in black boots, but only from the waist down. Other times I'd see a small, human-shaped white figure, delicate and petite, watching me. The possessions started happening more frequently. Lee claimed to be XNY, or Xnay, the demon's name. Lee would do automatic writing and, at times, would call me at home and tell me things he shouldn't have known, like how Heather was shaving her legs in the shower and would cut herself 3 times. I'd call Heather, and sure enough, she'd be getting out of the shower, telling me she had cut her leg 3 times. Lee was forbidden from calling or coming to Heather's house, but I knew he wasn't joking. Dave once went to Lee's house to tell him that he believed Lee was scaring us and needed to leave us alone. Afterward, Dave came back home, shaken. He claimed that Lee had pointed at him and some unseen force threw him against the wall. At that point, I still thought we were just scared, that our minds were playing tricks on us. But it only got worse. The girls told their parents about what was happening, and I told my drug-addicted mother, who seemed terrified, but said that since a Ouija board had been used, she didn't want to get involved. The girls' parents tried talking to Lee's parents, but they got nowhere. Lee's mom wouldn't even let his dad or Lee speak. They found voodoo items all over the house, and even Heather and Dawn's non-believing parents were spooked. Lee was furious. We tried to stay away from him. One night, when my mom was in the hospital giving birth to my sister, I was at home with my other sister and uncle. My uncle called me, saying he could see us from his bedroom window, describing things he shouldn't have been able to see. It freaked me out. A few days later, the girls called me hysterical. They said there were ghosts or demons walking all over their house. I tried to dismiss it, but the phone line went dead. I could hear fingers snapping, and Lee would snap his fingers, claiming he was stealing our memories. When I turned around, Lee was standing in my house. That's when I started to feel real fear. The girls ran to my house, barefoot, and skidded to a halt when they saw him. He said he was going to kill Heather for not accepting him. Her hands flew to her throat, but no one was touching her. I watched, helpless, as finger-shaped impressions and scratches appeared out of thin air. She stopped breathing and collapsed onto the floor. Dawn and I screamed. Then everything stopped. A few weeks later, Lee's dad was stationed in Germany and the family moved away. I moved down the street to another house, but the strange occurrences followed me. It seemed like everything we had experienced kept happening. Lee would write to us from Germany. Eventually, the letters stopped, and so did the strange happenings. Before they stopped, something or someone was able to mimic my mother's voice and even my sister's voice. Years later, Lee called Heather's house from a mental institution in the States, calling collect. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. When I was 7 years old, I was at my godfather's house with my papa. I got bored and asked if I could play outside on the porch swing. I went out and saw a man standing on the sidewalk, wearing a white shirt and blue jeans. I got on the swing and watched him. He looked at me and said, "Hello, Jennifer," before walking up onto the porch and sitting beside me. I didn't know this man and had never seen him before, but he looked strange to me. He had a greenish tint to his skin, and his eyes were the brightest green I'd ever seen. His black hair was styled like Elvis's. He said, "I've been watching you." I was trying to figure out who he was and how he knew my name. He placed his hand on my left leg and said, "You've been a good girl." I smiled and said, "I try to make my mom happy." That's when Papa came out to check on me. The look on his face when he saw me with this man will never leave me. It was as if he'd seen a ghost. Something bad. He shouted at me to get inside immediately. I hesitated, and by the time I stood up, Papa had a Bible in his hand and grabbed me, rushing me inside. The man stood up, looked at me, and said, "I'll be back for you," before turning into smoke and vanishing before my eyes. Papa and Schubert, my papa's friend, dropped to their knees and started praying fast. Papa was crying so hard he could barely speak. When Papa came back inside, I asked, "What happened? Who was that man?" He looked at me, his voice harsh, and said, "Don't worry and never ask about this again." I started thinking about all the strange things that had been happening at home, things moving, voices I couldn't explain. One night, my mom woke up to see a man standing at my bedroom door. She grabbed her gun, but when she went to check, no one was there. The next morning, Papa came over, walked around praying and crying to God. I asked him again about the man. He said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Years passed, and my mom got remarried, moving me to Knoxville to live with her new husband. I had a room on the ground floor. The moment I walked in, I felt a wave of sadness. A few nights later, I started hearing people talking to me, even though no one was there. I heard knocks on my door, but no one would be there when I opened it. I thought I was going crazy. Then, when I moved out on my own, the strange occurrences continued. Things moving, voices speaking to me, and pictures with things in them that no one could explain. On July 25, 2002, I thought I was going to have a peaceful night. I got into bed, closed my eyes, and that's when I saw him again. This time, he wore a navy blue jacket. He was in my face, moving so fast I could barely see him, just a black swirl. His eyes glowed green. He stopped, laughed at me, then pulled my hair and slapped me in the face. I tried to scream, but I couldn't move or cry. I was helpless. The next thing I remember, my husband was yelling, "Oh my God, Jennifer, are you okay?" I sat up, crying so hard I couldn't breathe. I yelled, "Did you see him?" He asked, "Who?" I said, "That guy." He said, "All I saw was you cover up and then your body started shaking like you were having a seizure." I couldn't sleep, but eventually I drifted off. The next morning I went to Papa's and Graham's. I was angry, knowing Papa was going to dismiss it as some silly childhood fantasy. I walked in and said, "We need to talk." I told them about what happened, what he looked like, and what he had on. I was talking about the man I saw when I was 7 years old. Graham started to cry, and soon Papa joined her. Grams got up, grabbed a picture, and handed it to me. "Is this him?" she asked. I felt sick when I looked at the photo and saw his face. I looked up at her, tears in my eyes, and asked, "Who is this man? Why does he follow me and do these things I can't explain?" She said, "Jennifer, it's your grandfather." I was shocked. Papa was my grandfather, I thought. But she said, "No, he's your step-grandfather." Then she told me the man was my mom's and uncle's real father. He was evil. He had been killed by my great-aunt when he came from Alabama to get my mom. He had beaten my mom, my uncles, and my grams. My grams had sent my mom to Loudoun County to escape him before he could kill her. He had been dead since July 25th, 1979. I asked Papa why he never told me and why he made me think I was crazy all these years. He said, "People are cruel, and they'd think you were crazy if you told. I didn't want you to know." He explained that Frank had been following me since birth, but he didn't know why. Maybe because I looked so much like my mom. Years passed, and even now my kids see things. People walking by, water dripping with no explanation. I have a child who calls me Mama when I know I'm alone. I can sense the evil that follows me. I've had my house blessed, but it continues. I'm haunted for life, and I will live in fear forever. I even went to 3 doctors, and none of them found anything wrong with me. My papa said I have a gift, but to me it's a life of fear, knowing that the evil ones follow me. I try not to fear, but I'm afraid of what I can't see and what Frank might do to me or my children next. Frank had killed people in his waking life too. My mom told him, while he lay there dying, that she would forgive him if he prayed with her. He laughed and said, "It's too late. I sold my soul a long time ago, before he died." This is a true story, and it still goes on. When I was about 5 years old, my mother remarried the father of my older sister, and we moved into a house that my stepfather's parents had given us. They had built a new house across the street, and we lived at the very end of a dead-end road with only 4 other families. Even at that young age, I remember feeling that the land we lived on was strange, even haunted, especially because my step-grandmother would often tell me ghost stories. Our house was a shotgun house, which means it was long and narrow, and you could see all the way from my parents' room at one end to my bedroom at the other. The hallway that connected the rooms was long and narrow, with only one light to illuminate the darkness. It had a dim, yellow bulb that did little to chase away the shadows. The hallway had no windows, and no light from the bedrooms reached it. The living room and kitchen were separated by a thin wall, and the hallway could be accessed from both the kitchen and the living room. For a while, there was a picture hanging on the right wall of the hallway. It was an oil painting of a red carriage drawn by a black horse, crossing a covered bridge above a stream. I remember feeling uneasy whenever I looked at it. Even after the painting was taken down, the hallway still made me uncomfortable. My sister, who was a few years older, had a car, a job, and a social life, so she was often out late. On weekends, she would stay at friends' houses, and my parents would go out to visit their friends. Since I was around 10 and old enough to take care of myself, I was often left alone. And of all the rooms in the house, I never felt disturbed by any of them, except for the hallway. When I was home alone, I would sit in the living room on the love seat, wrapped in a blanket with the TV turned up to drown out the sounds coming from the hallway. I would hear footsteps, as if someone was walking up and down the corridor, but they never seemed to reach the kitchen, living room, or the bedrooms. The house was old, but I could tell the difference between the normal creaks of a settling home and the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Often, when I turned off the TV or radio, I would hear voices coming from the hallway. It sounded like a group of people talking all at once, but I could never make out what they were saying. The voices always came when I was alone. When there were other people in the house, nothing strange ever happened. Sometimes I would catch myself praying for my parents or sister to come home so the noises would stop. The strange events never seemed to happen when anyone else was around. I started to wonder if I was imagining things, but when I spoke with my mother about it recently, she admitted that she too had felt uneasy when home alone and that the strange feelings always came from the hallway. That conversation made me realize that I wasn't imagining things. My mother had shared the same feelings. As my fear of the hallway grew, I began to walk down the corridor with my back pressed against the wall, usually on the left side, so I could see in both directions. It felt like something was always watching me from behind. I wouldn't go into the hallway unless the light was on, and I would always go into my bedroom first and then call my mom to turn it off, since the switch was in the kitchen. It was terrifying. My grandparents lived across the street, as I mentioned before, And one weekend, they asked us to watch their house while they went on a short vacation. On the day they were supposed to return, something strange happened. My sister was sitting in the den when she noticed that the front porch light at my grandparents' house suddenly came on. This was unusual for a few reasons. 1. My grandparents didn't have a motion sensor or time-activated light. The only way the light could turn on was if someone physically flipped the switch inside the house. 2. No one was home to turn on the light. My grandparents' car wasn't in the driveway, and when my stepfather went to check, there were no signs of forced entry. The doors and windows were still locked, and only my family and my grandparents had keys to the house. 3. The light hadn't been left on earlier when my dad checked the house that day. The light stayed on for about 10 minutes, and then it turned off by itself. We never figured out why it came on. In my grandparents' house, there was one room I always avoided, the guest bedroom, located directly across from my grandfather's room. It wasn't dark, and it had a large window facing the road, so it wasn't particularly creepy. But for some reason, I always felt uneasy in that room. I never wanted to sleep there, despite the bed being incredibly comfortable. Instead, I'd make a little bed of blankets and pillows in the living room, rather than spend even a minute in the guest room. The rest of my family thought I was being silly, but I couldn't explain why I felt so uncomfortable. There was just something about that room that gave me chills. My grandmother often told us ghost stories, and one tale she shared with me stuck with me for years. She said that there was something that walked up and down our road at night. If you were walking alone in the evening, it would follow you all the way to your driveway. If you stopped walking, it would stop too. When you started walking again, it would follow you again. But if you stopped a third time, it would keep walking past you. I was never brave enough to test this story myself, and neither was anyone in my family, but it certainly scared me as a child. My wife and I relocated to Oak Ridge, Tennessee to fulfill employment requirements. We rented a condo on the west side of town, and at first, I didn't feel anything unusual. The area was quiet, mostly inhabited by retired couples, and I didn't think much of it. But over time, I began to feel like something wasn't quite right about the place we rented, which I affectionately call the crack house. Now, people often ask me, why do you call it the crack house? And the answer is simple. There's a big crack that runs through the house. Since we rent the place, I don't complain much, but the crack was noticeable, and as time went on, I began to feel increasingly unsettled. About 2 years into living there, the strange experiences started. One day, I was in our computer room on the second floor when I heard my wife coming up the stairs. Nothing unusual about that, right? But after hearing her walk across the landing and into the upstairs bathroom, I lost track of her. So I called out to her in a loud voice, "Where did you go?" To my surprise, she answered from downstairs, "I'm right here, where I've been for the last hour, reading." She had been on the first floor the whole time. After that, things started to get a little stranger. I began to notice glimpses of things moving in my peripheral vision, quick, dark, darting figures. It happened often when I was alone, especially while I was working in the computer room. My wife would make many trips upstairs, but when I'd go to find her, she'd always be on the first floor, never where I had thought. Occasionally, on Saturday mornings, while I was sitting alone in the living room drinking coffee, I would hear someone coming down the stairs to join me. I'd feel something brushing the hair on my head, or a cool breeze across the back of my neck. Later, both my wife and I started to smell a strong odor of cigarettes, so strong it made our eyes burn. Our neighbors don't smoke, so it couldn't have come from them. We'd investigate, but no one would be around, and the smell would get stronger and stronger. My wife and I relocated to Oak Ridge, Tennessee to fulfill employment requirements. We rented a condo on the west side of town, and at first, I didn't feel anything unusual. The area was quiet, mostly inhabited by retired couples, and I didn't think much of it. But over time, I began to feel like something wasn't quite right about the place we rented, which I affectionately call the crack house. Now, people often ask me, why do you call it the crack house? And the answer is simple. There's a big crack that runs through the house. Since we rent the place, I don't complain much, but the crack was noticeable, and as time went on, I began to feel increasingly unsettled. About 2 years into living there, the strange experiences started. One day, I was in our computer room on the second floor when I heard my wife coming up the stairs. Nothing unusual about that, right? But after hearing her walk across the landing and into the upstairs bathroom, I lost track of her. So, I called out to her in a loud voice, "Where did you go?" To my surprise, she answered from downstairs, "I'm right here, where I've been for the last hour, reading." She had been on the first floor the whole time. After that, things started to get a little stranger. I began to notice glimpses of things moving in my peripheral vision, quick, dark, darting figures. It happened often when I was alone, especially while I was working in the computer room. My wife would make many trips upstairs, but when I'd go to find her, she'd always be on the first floor, never where I had thought. Occasionally, on Saturday mornings, while I was sitting alone in the living room drinking coffee, I would hear someone coming down the stairs to join me. I'd feel something brushing the hair on my head or a cool breeze across the back of my neck. Later, both my wife and I started to smell a strong odor of cigarettes, so strong it made our eyes burn. Our neighbors don't smoke, so it couldn't have come from them. We'd investigate, but no one would be around, and the smell would get stronger and stronger. Then, just a couple of months ago, my wife and I were in bed when I felt something, or someone, rub down the center of my chest. It was a light touch, like a single finger moving between my muscles. It felt incredibly creepy, and I quickly reached for my wife, asking if she had moved or touched me. She said she hadn't. I described the sensation to her, and it spooked her too. She's not one to believe in things like this, so it really got to her. Late last week, I was brushing my teeth in the second-floor bathroom before bed when I noticed some movement in the mirror. I glanced at my reflection, and for the first time, I saw something. I saw a woman's legs, nude from the knees down, walking into the bedroom. My wife was already in bed, so it wasn't her. The legs were shapely, smooth, and very feminine, and I can't say I wasn't taken aback by how real they looked. Just last night, as I was turning off the TV, and Dre,